You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
Good evening. We'll call this meeting of the Branford Planning and Zoning Commission to order. It is Thursday, November 7th, 2024. I have 7:02 p.m. We'll start by introducing members of the commission and staff. Commission member Joe Chadwick. Joe, are you here? Joe, I think you're here, although you're muted.
Yeah, you need to.
Yeah, but there we
Joe
go.
Chadwick is here and unmuted.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Fred Russo. Fred, are you here?
Fred Russo is here.
Joe Bayuso. Joe, are you here?
Joe Bayuso's here.
Thank you, Joe. Marcy Pelusi. Marcy, are you here?
Marcy's here.
Massimo Liguri. Massimo, are you here?
Massimo's here.
Sharon Hutner. Sharon, are you here?
Sharon is here.
Our staff this evening is our town planner, Harry Smith. Harry, are you here?
I am here.
Our assistant planner, Evan Bryning. Evan, are you here?
Here.
And our clerk recording secretary, Michelle Martin, is lurking in the cloud. I am Chuck Anders' chair. And I'm going to ask our secretary to read the legal notice of public hearing. Fred?
Yep. Legal notice, Town of Branford. The Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Branford, Connecticut hereby gives notice of public hearings to be held on Thursday, November 7th, 2024 at 7 p.m. by remote technology to consider the applications listed below. Information regarding how to participate in the public hearings will be provided on the Commission's meeting agenda that will be posted on the town's website at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Application number 24-8.3, zoning regulation amendment in conjunction with the Stony Creek Architectural Review Board to revise the total floor area requirements of section 5.8F, Greg Ames applicant. Application 24-10.2, special exception for grading, section 6.8, located at 200 and 206 North Main Street, Premier 200 North Main Street Realty, LLC, care of Robert Alvine, applicant and owner. Application 24-10.6, special exception in coastal site plan for automobile washing, lubricating, and or detailing, located at 1201 West Main Street, Faulkner Island Development, LLC, applicant Anthony J. LaSala, trustee, owner. Application 24-10.7, special exception for grading, section 6.8, associated with a proposed development located at 1201 West Main Street, Faulkner Island Development, LLC, applicant Anthony J. LaSala, trustee, owner. Application 24-10.8, special exception for a parking modification located at 13 and 23 North Main Street, North Branford Road, LLC, and 23 North Main Street, LLC, in care of Dan Iamuno, applicant and owner. At said hearings, all persons will have the right to be heard. Copies are on file in the Planning and Zoning Commission's office at the Planning and Zoning Department, 1019 Main Street, Branford, Connecticut, 06405. Written communications may be sent to the above address or to planning and zoning at branford-ct.gov. Branford Planning and Zoning Commission, see Andres, chairperson.
Chuck Anders, chair. Thank you, Fred. We'll follow our normal format for public hearings, which is the applicant goes first, makes his presentation, including any consultants it may have. After the applicant presents the application, we turn it over to the staff and commission. Typically hear a staff report, summary of a staff report for the application, and we open up for questions and comments by commissions. At that point, we enter the public portion of the process, where we allow public to to speak and comment on the applications. We ask you to state your name and address for the record, make your comments. After the public portion is done, we allow the applicant to respond to any public comments, and also there may be additional questions or comments from commission members or staff. We may or may not conclude the public hearing. It's not untypical to keep public hearings open over one or more hearings. And with that, I'm going to ask Evan to review with us, if you could, the process for participating in the public hearing. Evan?
Sure. When prompted, if your computer has a microphone, there's a raise hand button down at the bottom of your screen. Please select that. You can also type into the chat that you'd like to participate. If you're dialing in by phone, you can press *9. And we ask that everyone please state their name at the beginning of their comment or question.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Evan. Okay, we would normally follow our normal agenda items. We have 7 items of public hearing on the agenda. I understand, Harry, that for the item number 7, that's the zoning regulation amendment to revise the total floor area requirements for the Stony Creek Architectural Review Board threshold. There was a request that we move that up on the agenda. Is that correct, Harry, or can you explain that?
Sure. Harry Smith, Town Planner. That is correct. There are a number of individuals here tonight, many of them from the Stony Creek Architectural Review Board, and I believe at least one representative from the Stony Creek Association. In the past, I think the commission has, in deference to attendance by members of a municipal body, given some preference to that. I mean, there are, I think, a few other folks. I don't know if there's we're not large, so there's no way to do a show of hands or anything about how many other people are here regarding other public hearing items before that, but that often is a consideration as well.
Sure. Yeah, and frankly, I understand that. My only concern is that it is listed 7th on the agenda, and if someone were, from the public wanted to come and said, "Oh, I don't need to show up till 7:30," because they'll never get to us. That's the only concern I have if we move it up. But I
don't know if Evan was in touch with any of the other applicants to see if there was any concerns expressed or not.
No, I didn't get a chance to.
Okay, yeah, it's
okay.
Pretty busy afternoon.
Okay, sure. Joe Chadwick, any thoughts?
I'm totally amenable to moving it up with the agenda.
Okay, so you're okay moving it up?
I think it's fine.
Okay, Fred?
I don't have an objection moving it up, but maybe in light of what you said, maybe instead of making it number 1, maybe make it number 2. Just so we've given some time for anybody else who wants to speak publicly on the issue to say,
right.
Give them some time.
Sure, that may make sense. I think the first one won't take that long anyway, so maybe that may be wet. Joe Vayuzo, thoughts?
Yeah, I guess if you're in agreement, I don't mind moving it to number 3 or number 2.
Okay, great. Marcy?
I'm happy to do whatever you want.
Great. Massimo?
I'm also happy to do whatever you guys want there.
Great. Sharon?
I'm in agreement as well.
Okay, let's start with the first 2 items on the agenda. That's a continued public hearing. That way we'll at least give people who may be, thinking they didn't need to come in right at 7 a chance to show up. So with that, item number 1 and 2, those are Premier 200 North Main Realty LLC, applicant and owner, 200 and 206 North Main Street. This is a special exception automobile service facility and parking. This is for Premier, and we had opened this at our October 3rd meeting, and we heard a general presentation about it. We continued it because they needed to file another application about grading. So we were open. That's number 2, and we'll open that at the same time. So we wanted to wait till we could put that one on the agenda. And then my recollection is we also had requested the applicant to get input from a landscape architect, and there were maybe a few staff details. That's my general recollection of where we left that one. So is the applicant ready to proceed for that one?
This one is actually not ready. We received some plans this morning and we weren't able to complete our reviews.
Oh,
We are unfortunately have to open this public hearing and for the additional special exception and continue the next meeting, and continue the first one as well.
okay. Okay, and do we need any extensions? Because the first one we opened at, when did we open that one? On October 3rd. So we would
Yes.
need an extension for the first one probably, right?
Yes, and the applicant provided one this afternoon.
Okay, so then we can continue items number 1 and 2 to our next meeting, which will be when? November what?
21st.
November 21st. Okay, so if you hear on those two items, we're continuing items number 1 and 2 to November 21st. So that was quicker than I thought. Maybe let's go to number 3 and 4, and then we'll get through that one, and then we'll try to take up the other ones. So that number 3 and 4, that's 13 and 23 North Main Street, North Branford Road, LLC. Special exception for an auto body repair, and also a special exception for parking modification. So is applicant ready to proceed on that?
Yeah, good evening. Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering, 420 East Main Street in Branford. This is this application, or both these applications together, are part of what you folks have already seen some of already. At the urging of town staff, we kind of stepped back and reapplied as for the business to expand over both properties instead of separate applications. So I'll go to the map. Hopefully you're seeing that. So this is the existing J&E Auto Body facility here. This property is 13 North Main Street. It was 13 and 17. Some months ago, we got a special exception to expand the use into this building here, which has been since renovated. One of the requirements of that application was that we join these two properties, and we have done that. The other property as part of this application, not only 13 but 23, which is an existing building in the front here with the office and two-family house attached in the back, and then a one-story block garage located in the rear. So the site plan. Basically, the site plan has been all along to renovate the buildings, which has been in progress. Number of things have come up. There's again, this was part of the last application, but there was crushed stone and gravel and some encroachment out to the state right of way, which we have proposed to remove. We have included sidewalks along the entire frontage now of all three properties. There were some parking spaces that were encroaching into the right of way here. We're pulling those back. There is a landscape plan that now covers the entire, all three properties. Again, includes the landscaping that was approved the first time with 17. It was not part of 13. And the additional landscaping, street trees, building plantings, and some buffer plantings in the back, along with the fence, as the rear building is too close to the property line to really plant anything. So, and there's some old fences in there, so we're going to take those out and put a new vinyl fence in. Part of this, and we kind of late in the game, but we did submit a lighting plan, which shows the additional pole lighting that we're going to add along the front, facing inward to light up the display vehicles along North Main Street, and then a couple of poles to illuminate the rear more for security than anything else. I'm gonna go back to the site plan. So the applications were, the two applications, one was for a special exception for the, again, and this is all part of the auto body use, but, to expand the auto body use onto the other lot so that they can use this building for detailing of cars, their own cars, cars that are fixed here or sold here, not an outside business coming in to clean cars, or, you know, where people come in and have their cars cleaned. So it is part of the auto body business. The other special exception was at the suggestion of staff, for a modification of the parking requirements. Your section, I think it's 5.1.
65I.
65I, that allows for, by way of special exception, a modification of the parking requirements for historical use, as long as it hasn't caused any, public health or safety issues. Given the nature of this business, quite honestly, the parking's in flux quite often. The cars are moved. Sometimes they come in, they get fixed, they get detailed and leave. Sometimes they come in, you have to wait for more parts, so they have to go back out, and other cars come in. So there's a lot of moving around of cars and things. So they need some flexibility. So at the urging of staff, that was why this got postponed from the last time. We added the second special exception for that use. And I think that explains it. I mean, I'll let Evan go over his end of it, but I'm not going there, so I'll take any questions.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Preddy. Evan, you want to review your staff report?
Yeah, sure. Just pull one thing up. Like Mr. Peretti described for us, this is a application to establish the motor vehicle service across both the lots at 13 and 23 North Main Street. They currently operate at 23 or 13 North Main Street. Site improvements include the installation of sidewalks, landscaping, paving of the existing gravel area on 13 North Main Street, and the installation of some fencing. They meet the bulk requirements of the BL district. 13 North Main Street has a impervious surface ratio of 87%. They'll be reducing that to 82, and the impervious ratio at 23 North Main Street is staying the same. They did submit a landscaping plan. They do not meet the front yard landscaping requirements or the entirety of the side yard landscaping requirements. However, there are some buildings placed very close to some property lines that would not allow them to install any landscaping. There also is the residential greenbelt buffer requirement, given that this property is adjacent to some properties that are in the R1 zoning district. This requires a greenbelt buffer at least one half of the required depth of the residential district setback, and to include some grass and different types of bushes or trees being planted. The applicant did provide this on 13 North Main Street. However, they are proposing a 6-foot vinyl fence on 23 North Main Street to the rear of the property adjacent to that residential district. The existing building is, I think, about 5 feet off of the property line, so I don't think they'd be able to meet this requirement in the traditional sense. Section 63I5 of the Greenbelt Buffer section states that permanent structures such as fences, walls, existing or proposed grading may be approved in lieu of the landscaping where, in the opinion of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the intent of these regulations will be served. So I've asked for the commission to make a determination that the intent of these regulations, that Greenbelt Buffer section, is being served by the proposed fencing on 23 North Main Street. In addition to that determination, given that the front yard landscaping requirements have not been met, staff would like the commission to determine whether they would be willing to waive full compliance with the side and front yard landscaping requirements through the commission finding that excellence in landscape design has been demonstrated. On to the parking, which is the second special exception that was submitted for this project. When I apply what's written in section 6.5D for our parking regulations, I'm just going to bring up my staff report really quick. So, here's the table I sent out in my staff report. Our motor vehicle service requirement is 10 spaces, plus 5 for each bay, in excess of 2. I believe there's 9 bays on the 3 structures that are proposed to have motor vehicle service on them. That comes out to a requirement of 50 spaces. There's also 2 residential units on 23 North Main Street. That's an additional 4. And there's also 700 square feet of office space for the automotive use on 23 North Main Street. That gives a grand total of 57 spaces required. The original submission did have a plan with about 60 spaces being shown. However, they wouldn't have met the requirements for 24 feet of clearance behind each of the parking spaces and the ability to maneuver in and out of them. And given that, this is an automotive use or a use related to cars that aren't being used in the traditional sense of if it was going to a Walmart or McDonald's, these cars are going to sit there and wait to get serviced, and most of the lot is going to be used for storage of the cars that are going to be or have been serviced already. So I recommended that they submit the special exception or the additional special exception outlined in section 6.5I, where by special exception, the commission may approve the modification of the parking requirements if it finds that such modifications are being proposed for sites that historically have accommodated uses that do not comply with the current parking standards, and that such historical use patterns have not created any unreasonable risk to public health or safety. They did submit a lighting plan to us today. I have not had the opportunity to look at it, but I did add a condition requiring compliance with our lighting section. The Town Center Board saw the applicant on October 9th and issued a unanimous positive recommendation with the condition that sidewalks be installed across the entirety of Route 1, which the applicant has already added, and that the street trees proposed along Route 1 be planted on the applicant's property and outside of the state right-of-way. Based on the application materials, it appears that they satisfy the special exception criteria, and staff recommends the following findings. Finding 1, this special exception approval is for the motor vehicle service use proposed to take place across 2 lots, 13 and 23 North Main Street, as part of a single enterprise. Finding 2, the commission finds that the proposed use is consistent with the special exception criteria. Finding 3, the commission finds that the applicant has demonstrated excellence in landscape design. And 4, modification of the parking requirements per section 65I1 to the 9 spaces proposed, and the use of the remaining paved area for parking is warranted, as the site has historically accommodated uses that do not comply with current parking standards without creating a risk to public health and safety. I have a few conditions as well. All conditions of the previous approvals on this are on 13, 17, and 23 North Main Street shall remain in full force and effect. The applicant's lighting plan shall be compliant with all the requirements of section 6.7. The residential greenbelt buffer shall not be used for the storage of materials or parking of vehicles. All landscaping must be maintained as an ongoing requirement of this approval. And prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the following shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the town planner or his designee. Evidence of a legal merger of the 2 properties subject to this application to the satisfaction of the town planner in conjunction with the town attorney, or evidence of the filing on the town land records of a deed restriction or other similar effective alternative legal instrument of form and content acceptable to town staff on the 2 properties referred to above, stating that they cannot be sold separately from from each other, and no additional motor vehicle service use enterprises shall be established on either lot without approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. An easement shall be filed stating that the properties at 23 North Main Street have a shared motor vehicle service use approval across the two lots. They're part of a single enterprise, and parking for this use shall be permitted on both lots. Condition 2, or of this condition, item 2 of this condition, the applicant shall install the proposed street trees shown on sheet L2-1 on the property owned by the applicant and outside of the state of Connecticut right-of-way, and curbing shall be installed on the applicant's property adjacent to the proposed and existing turf along the North Main Street property line, with the exception of the existing curb cuts proposed to remain on sheet 2 to allow for the installation of the street trees on the applicant's property. That was a lot. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Evan. Chuck Anders, Chair. Questions or comments from commission members before we open it up to the public?
Yeah, Chuck, it's Massimo here. How are you?
Great, Massimo.
Yeah, I just have a comment. You know, I was looking at that project there, and aesthetically, you know, it's on and off the highway in our town. It's the first exit to our town of Branford, and aesthetically, you know, I just like to comment that the job that J&E has done has been very pleasant. They took that area and really cleaned it up. And I'm really happy with the aesthetics of that area. And I think it's going to be even prettier once this is done, if it gets approved. Also, another comment of mine that I'd like to share with everybody is that I think, you know, it reduces by being able to to clean these cars, you know, right on site. It reduces traffic, you know, by pulling these cars out. I don't know how many they do a day or how many cars they clean a day or anything like that. But, you know, even if it's 20 cars a day or 10 cars a day, you know, they don't have to pull those cars in and out, creating more traffic. They could keep it right on site and keep it clean. And I like the idea of that also. And really that's all I got to comment about on that project. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Massimo. Other questions, comments from commission members? Hearing none, then let's open up to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment?
Just
Evan?
to reiterate, there's a raise hand button down at the bottom of your screen, or you can type in the chat that you'd like to participate. I don't see anybody.
Any further comments? I know, Evan, that you asked for a sense from the commission for 2 determinations if the intent of the regulations would be served by the proposed landscaping and fence installation. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like we do have a comment. Someone's raising their hand. Evan?
Yes, they are.
I just asked them to unmute. And once you are phone number ending at 945. Yes, could you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Yes, I can. My name is Maureen Gherkin,
Thank you.
and I live at 43 Wilford Avenue. And my husband and I own 25 North Main Street.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. As I said in the past meetings, we have no objection for people starting businesses. We do have concerns with the amount of cars and the parking spaces. Does that include the cars that are up for sale that they have lined up? So the total amount of cars that they can have on the property is 50 something?
No, that would not be included in that number.
So then how many cars do you think you could put in the back of 23 North Main Street when that is not a large lot? And we do have concerns because we expressed them before with the detailing. When the detailing is not being done in the garage and they pull it out into the parking area and they have all kinds of machines and stuff and you can hear the loud noises when you have a residential area right there. Like we have 2 apartments in our building, and now you have 2 apartments in 23, which was just 1 apartment, which was changed to 2 apartments. And and it used to have a driveway that came up one side and went out the other for safety reasons, I guess. But now you're going to use the one driveway, and people are going to be pulling out, and there's a blind spot to pull back out onto North Main Street. And you're going to have parking in the front, which they rarely used in the past, the previous owners. So I have concerns with lighting. I have concerns with noise. I have concerns with environmental. I have concerns with the dumpster. There's not enough dumpster down at the other end to take, and I don't know anything about cars, but to recycle the equipment that they remove, the oil, the trash, and they pile it up because they only have 1 dumpster for that large space. But the amount of cars, the density of the cars is my concern. Because I don't want to look at a whole bunch of cars in a parking lot. I don't think that's nice. I don't think it's appropriate either. I'm not saying a couple of cars, but right now, they'll have 9 to 11 cars parked back there, and they're not using the center part yet because the gentlemen have been very quiet until they get approval for what they can use the property for. So I'm asking the town to be very, very clear and very specific as to how many cars can be put in the back of 23. And they've been asking that all along. Just not assigned parking. Because right now, if you went up there and if there's a car parked too close to the one wall, you will not get an emergency vehicle of a fire truck or an ambulance in there. And
Okay.
the vans that drop off their material and equipment don't pull into their parking lot. They park on North Main Street. They stop. And that's, as you said, that's coming right off the highway. That's a very busy area there. And I've seen it repetitively.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gerken. Did you have any other comments?
No, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Preddy, do you want to address those or a number of questions that were raised? I think they're concerned about the number of cars in the back, the dumpster size.
Yeah, Jim Preddy again. So I'll respond to some of that stuff. Mrs. Gerken mentioned, starting a business. Just to be clear, I mean, J&E's been here for 10 years already. As far as the cars for sale will be along the front property line where they are now, actually. That's where the visibility is. That's where you want cars that are for sale to be seen. As far as the rear of 23 North Main, there is a drive that goes around the building, and there is a few parking spots that are designated there. As far as, there's bay doors there, and there's cars moving in and out, and so that there is, at any one time, there might be more cars than there will be in 2 hours from now. So things like, again, this is part of why the special exception for the parking was requested, because things are in flux. There are 2 apartments there. I'm not aware of it ever being one. And there is 2 driveways that they're not closing one. So there is still the access around the building. So the parking behind the building will be limited because cars do have to get around the building. As far as the dumpsters, they are handling a dumpster on the main site on 13, but there will be, and we've noted this on the plan, next to the building, there will be some like residential style, like all waste kind of cans for the apartments that are next to the building. As far as lighting, all the lighting that we had designed none of it spills off on the neighboring properties. There's a little bit of light on the sidewalk from the poles in the front, which quite honestly is probably a good thing. Makes the sidewalk safe. None of it spills out into the road. per the calculations. And as far as deliveries, I mean, I've been on the site where the FedEx trucks and UPS and different things come right into the driveway where 13 is. So I'm not sure what that's about, but I think Dan is on here somewhere if he wanted to add any comments, but I think that's it from me.
Can I respond?
Mr. Sure. Go ahead, and then they
just
get
want
the
to be
last
clear. I just want to be clear, okay? And I want it to be very clearly documented. Sir, the driveway, when you said it comes around, it comes in one side and goes out the other. The one driveway that's closest to East Haven has been either tandem parking blocked with tandem blocking cars, or the front to the North Main Street has been blocked. It has not been opened in a freeway for a very long time.
Thank you, Ms. Garrican. Ms. Preddy, any comments?
I've been on site where you can drive around, so again, that was probably a temporary condition.
Ms. Preddy, what about the size of the dumpster? I don't even know if there's any regulations about that, but is there any sense that it's sufficient or?
I don't know how you'd pick a size for that type of business, but again, the commercial, they use the dumpster on 13 for the commercial part, and the apartments have their own residential roll-off cans up against the house.
It probably has to be do more. Maybe the size is okay. It's the frequency that it gets emptied, I suppose.
It could be.
Yeah. Evan?
Marcy had asked me to bring up the site plan for this discussion.
Certain.
So this is the dumpster for the business is over by the building there, and then we indicate where the trash containers are by the two-family house. Those are for the residential use there. And the parking that we show here on 23 is to show that we have, a few spaces for the office in the front, and then a few spaces for the apartments in the back. Again, the block garage is, cars in and out being cleaned, so they're, you can't park in front of the doors. If there's cars there, it's temporary.
Thank you, Ms. Preddy. Any further comments from commission members or staff?
Yeah, it does help to leave the drawing up because I'm still trying to familiarize Evan.
Sure.
Nobody's really touched on this, and I'm trying to understand on that top parcel, I guess it's number 23, why apartments are allowed with the business use. Is that just because it's been grandfathered in, and why are the two applications being heard together for he owns all three properties, does he not?
He does. And the residential units are grandfathered in.
And then the one-story brick is for office uses and the back is, I guess I'm just not understanding the presentation. Went by me a little bit too quickly about what's happening on that parcel relative to the parcel below.
So they'd previously come in for a auto detailing business.
On 23.
Correct. But it had the office, the two-family, the detailing proposed here, but then they informed us that the only detailing taking place on this site were cars being serviced on 13, what is now 13 North Main Street.
Which is combined, which will just be for straight sales. So all the parking will happen from the lower two parcels?
No, the applicant does have an auto sales approval for 13 North Main Street. They also have a special exception approval for motor vehicle service. And now, given that they use 23 for the storage of cars and for the cleaning of and detailing of the cars that they service at 13, I felt it should all come under one approval for motor vehicle service spanning what was 3 lots, but now is 2.
Right, I guess I'm just having exception to the two-family use when it's such an intense business sales um, use on the other side. You know, there's a lot of pavement. It's not, you know, it's really becoming much more commercialized in our, really what's one of the main gateways into the downtown. So, but, I mean, I understand what's being proposed.
Chuck Anderson here. Thank you, Marcy. Marcy, or anyone else have any questions or comments?
Chuck, Fred Russo.
Fred?
Evan, can I ask you to put that?
I'm just going to leave it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My question is just for clarification. Those two driveways, can you just point out, I guess I see them on both left, right, and right side of the house. Is that right? Or the building, rather? Are those the driveways? One there, yeah, and the other one's on the other side. And the neighbor said that one of the driveways, at least she is reported, has been blocked. Is that the one that's blocked, or potentially blocked, or has been blocked?
I believe it's this one.
Okay. I guess my concern is this, and you know, I just want to do due diligence for both the applicant and the property owner. Would it be worth having the fire marshal come out there and making an assessment of what is needed or required for access to that property? There's there's three buildings there. There's people who live upstairs. You know, we should have make sure that it's safe for equipment to get in there. And, you know, it's just not blocked with cars. I know there are times when, you know, a car gets parked somewhere or a delivery guy comes and parks the truck in the wrong spot. I get that, but I'm just concerned about the issue that was raised and whether it's correct or not, whether it's just a temporary thing or is it something that ongoing. But I would feel better if maybe the fire marshal came there and looked at, you know, what would he consider the means of egress to this property that must always be kept clear so that there's no possibility, God forbid, they need to have an ambulance or a fire engine or even police car get in there and find that the driveways are all blocked up. So that would be my suggestion. I don't have an objection with the plan the way it reads. I am concerned about the safety factor, if there is one at all to be concerned with. But the woman spoke about a driveway being blocked, and it concerns me that if that is the case, and I don't know that it is or not. I don't think one car at one time being misparked or for a few minutes or even an hour is going to change anything. But if it's something that's being done on a regular basis, then maybe we ought to actually designate what driveway must be open at all times so there's no possibility for emergency equipment being unable to access it. That would be my only concern.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Fred. Ms. Preddy, do you have any comments to that?
Yeah, Tim Preddy again. My understanding is that the owner intends to keep the driveway open. I think that there's been stuff parked there from time to time. There's work been going on in the building and on the building, and then, you know, they're fixing the front. And so I think that that over the last few months there has been stuff parked there, but I don't think it's the intention to keep doing that once this is completed.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Ms. Preddy. Evan, does the fire marshal, have they reviewed this? It's an existing use, I know, but I'm not even sure. Has there been any review of this, or is there any concern that, you know, that the lanes are sufficient width or turning movements and all that?
We have not referred it to the fire marshal for any comments as part of this application, especially given that this is a existing residential use. But we can certainly ask them to take a look if that's what the commission would like to ask them. I don't know if that is a fire code violation or if they do have requirements for keeping certain pathways clear on the property for emergency vehicles to access. I think that's a good question. So yeah, whatever the commission would like us to do, we can either work into conditions or ask for the fire marshal to comment.
I understand this because it's an existing use. I think they just have to keep it clear. I don't think there's anything to change because it's been that way for so many years.
Thank you, Ms. Pretty. Well, first, any other questions or comments from commission members? Hearing none, then we have the issue. Do we want to keep the hearing open? Ask the fire marshal to look at this, and the answer may be, add a condition that it must be clear. Maybe I don't expect there would be, structural changes, but there may be requirements to keep lanes open or something. I don't know. But in which case, if there's something specific that we may add as a condition, we probably should keep the hearing open if we wanted to have that. I don't know if we could address it by a condition because we don't know what it'll say. So in terms of, do we want to keep the hearing open in that respect, and then till the next meeting, and then we get see if the fire marshal has any comments.
Honestly, Chuck, Mr. Chairman, I would request that we move this along. This has dragged on for quite a while, and your next meeting is is already out of control. It would be wonderful if we can move this along. The other thing is that he'd like to, the parking that we changed on 23 needs to get paved, and the pavement plants are going to close soon. And there's all kinds of stuff. But I guess ultimately it's not my decision.
Thank you, Mr. Pretty. I mean, we could try to address a condition, that fire marshal review and any comments from the fire marshal being made part of the approval or something like that.
Absolutely.
Harry, any thoughts?
I think as was alluded to, Harry Smith, town planner, the property's been used as, sort of joint commercial, residential. It is a pre-existing site, certainly in terms of the buildings and the layout, and it's certainly less than ideal in terms of getting around and moving around. I think, the auto body place and service station having been there for a while, at least on the other two properties, has a certain way of moving cars around, doing business. Whether it's gotten to the point on 23 where all of a sudden, because it's now the detailing operation and there are more vehicles on that site than there were previously with the pool business, I don't know. And again, there is, in terms of access to the residential units, I mean, I think the fire, it's my guess, would be using any way they get onto it. I mean, is there not some lawn area in front of the building? I don't know where the doors are. It's generally, I think they use, I don't think they would necessarily have to visit this building, but, there could be some kind of condition saying site modifications, as might be directed by the fire marshal, will be implemented. I mean, it's a little open-ended, and it sort of puts the applicant in the position of, having to do what might be recommended and not necessarily to code, just to, improve the access to the residential units. I mean, that's one way to do it, possibly. Appreciate Mr. Preddy's comments, but, you are approving a use out there, it's possibly, on a site that's a little tight and difficult, to keep going. And depending on the volume of business, I mean, things get tighter than normal, maybe.
Okay. Well, the question is, do we want to close the hearing or not?
Well, as a matter of not just as an observation, the fire marshal is going to have to review and approve the entire set of plans anyway. Fire marshals in Connecticut have a fairly broad jurisdiction, and they have the entire entitlement to say this is going to be kept open as a fire lane. We've all seen portions of buildings that have striped or painted areas or signs that say keep open for fire lane. I don't think that is necessarily going to be contrary to anything we would be doing here as zoning. I think, in fact, they're probably, I don't say separate concepts, but jurisdictionally, they are certainly separate. So to that end, if we were to put a condition on relative to fire marshal approval or fire marshal designation of access ways. And if that as a condition, if it was ever violated, it would not only be a violation of the initial building permit and fire authorization to use the space, but also be a violation of disapproval. So it would have double impact and have, you know, sort of twice as much onus to actually behave that way. So I personally have no problem in closing this, acting on it, and relying on the fire marshal to act within their jurisdiction to designate a fire lane.
Chuck Inster, thank you, Joe. Any other comments from commission members? Sounds like Joe.
Chuck Fredrusso. Just again, I would never have raised the issue, but it was not raised by anybody but a adjoining neighbor. And I just, as I said, in good conscience, I would not want to approve anything unless I was certain that it was not, we're not approving some problem or some potential problem in the future. And if I'm not a fire marshal, I'm not an architect, so I'm not going to try to be an expert on anything. But when someone raises an issue of safety, I think we have an obligation to act upon it. And however we do it, I don't know whether it's the way Joe suggested or not, it's okay by me. But I just want to make sure that in the event something were to happen, no one can come back and say, you guys never addressed this issue. Someone came up and said it's a problem, and now all of a sudden we have the problem and you never address it. I think we should address it. However we address it, but I don't think we should just make the approval without something acknowledging this, acknowledging the neighbors' concerns.
Chuck Inster, thank you, Fred. Are you okay with closing the public hearing, or would you prefer it to stay open?
I would just say this: if there's a way to close a hearing, but have the fire marshal involved, I would just feel better that it's on record that we did something to answer the question that a legitimate question, I believe, that the neighbor brought up.
Chuck Inster, thanks, Fred. Any other comments from commission members?
Yes, Massimo Ligori here. Just a question for Jim. Jim, are they going to be pulling out of one parcel and then pull into the next parcel to get the cars cleaned, or are they going to be able to access that area without even going onto Main Street?
I think they'll be able to get between without going out on the road.
Okay, and this building already was a 2-family and it was a commercial. I'm sure the fire marshals had looked at this already.
Right.
I think the issue was if someone blocks the driveways, and you're saying there's not a permanent structure that blocks either of these driveways that go into this parcel. Okay, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
I will say to Commissioner Chadwick's comments about the fire marshal, he's correct. I mean, and they've already had building permits for the renovation, and I don't know, but the fire marshal may have already been here as part of the building permit process. So, but yeah, I think keeping the driveway clear is got to be part of making this work anyway. So. If that's what if that's what the fire marshal wants, we're already going there.
Chuck Inster, thank you, Ms. Brady. Okay, it sounds like for commission members who have spoken that we're okay closing the public hearing. Any other thoughts, Marcy?
Again, this may be a silly question, but the pool business was there as more of an in-home business with the residential, and it doesn't seem to me that it attracted. Was that a retail-based business that was attracting cars that they would come park, take, buy pool chemicals and leave? Or was it just sort of an office, home-based office? Because now it seems like we're approving a use that's very compatible with the neighboring lot. I don't have an issue with the fact that it's compatible with the neighboring lot. I have an issue with the fact that the residential use is still there. I feel like they should choose one or the other now that they're asking for this new, more intensified use with the traffic. And that's more my concern, because it seems like even though the fire lane's there, I just feel like people are gonna park it as a matter of convenience to get in and get out or to move cars. I mean, I do appreciate if they can move the cars between the parcels as opposed to going on Main Street. That's preferred. I do like that the sidewalk was added and the street trees were added, but I just really have a strong issue with the types of uses that are, we're expanding the use. And it's really, to me, all three lots should be joined and used as one company-wide use. I think they've done nice things with the building. I don't know why that was done before we were, hearing it for a special exception, but that's what my issue is really the two types of uses there, even if it is grandfathered in. I don't think that it's becoming less and less appropriate to have the residents there when you're gonna have the detailing going on.
Chuck and share. Thank you, Marcy. Ms. Preddy, you want to comment on that?
All I can say is that I know that there's been a number of businesses there over the years. And there, to my knowledge, there's always been a residence there. The area in the front, the one-story section is office that I don't think you can get through, but in the parking for that, I think was and would still be in the front of the building. Yeah, I mean, it's been here. I agree that it's grandfathered in. I think that there's a mix of residents and business next door as well. So I don't think it's anything really out of the ordinary.
Thank you, Ms. Preddy. Any other commission comments on this? It sounds like whether we approve the application or not, or whether we impose conditions, sounds like we close the public hearing. Do I have that right? Anyone want to keep it open? Gary?
Harry Smith, I'm not suggesting we keep it open necessarily. I just wanted to note that we did get the lighting plan, I believe it was yesterday or today. I don't know if staff has had the chance to look at existing lights on the site. I did notice, I didn't think there were any, took a super quick look at it, whether any more building mounted lights were on it. So I just would suggest adding a statement in the condition that any existing non-complying building mounted or pole mounted lighting would need to be replaced with compliant lighting per the zoning regulations. So I just wanted to do that while the hearing's open.
Okay. Ms. Preddy, you would presumably have no objection to that?
No, and that's actually already been going on.
Okay.
If you've been by there, the lights on the building are all down lights. They're all compliant. But so that's been, as the building's been getting renovated, the buildings have been getting renovated. They've been doing that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments from commission members? If not, then I think we can close this matter as a public hearing and we can discuss this. Maybe we will probably discuss this. I don't know if we'll act on it, but we'll discuss this hopefully at the end of the public hearing. So thank you, Ms. Brady.
Cool.
With that, then let's bring up the last item, which is the regulation. Greg Ames, applicant and owner, in conjunction with the Stony Creek Architectural Review Board, the zoning regulation amendment to revise the total floor area requirements of section 5.8F in the Stony Creek Village District. So is the applicant ready to proceed with that?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. We have Greg Ames here, who is a co-host and should be able to unmute himself. Mr. Ames. So let me double check, make sure he's still with us.
Let's see, Ann Ames.
Yeah, so I did check to make sure I had
Ayers,
designated correctly. So Greg is the person.
Oh, Ames of Ayers.
Yeah. So there's a box named Greg. Let me see if I can help. But I can't unmute you from this side. You have to do it on your own side, Greg.
Where is he?
Is his camera on, Harry?
No, it's not. He's in a box labeled Greg.
I thought I saw a box labeled Greg Ames earlier. I'm not sure if he changed computers or not, but and I
I
thought he
haven't
was actually
seen
on
that.
the screen.
I called him and asked him if, frankly, if he was in as Greg, and I can try.
Yeah, I see the box. It says
Yeah,
Greg.
this is the chat here. Let's see. Oh, that's something else. Let's see. I'm going to make some of the other. I know there's some other members of the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board here. So let's start with Mr. Kirby. I'm going to make you a co-host, and you can unmute yourself.
Hello,
think-
this is Sam.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
I'm good.
I can put the regulation up while we're working on getting Greg here to talk. Sorry to put you on the spot. We could also, if there's anybody else you'd suggest, I could try. I think Lauren Brown is actually John Herzan. So
Yeah, John would be good. Betsy would also be good. I don't know if she's online.
I didn't see her.
Yeah, I'm not really ready to present, but
No, I understand that. And I can run through it myself a little bit, and people can talk because I have the regulation. It's pretty self-explanatory, honestly. So why don't I start doing that? Let me share my screen. So I was going to put this up anyway. This is the regulation amendment changes that were submitted by Mr. Ames. Oh, there he is. All right.
And then we have video. Okay, we're all set. Sorry, guys. I don't know what was wrong.
That's okay. So I did put the text up, so it should be visible on everyone's screen. Is that correct out there? And
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah,
okay,
we're going.
great. Okay. So Greg, I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Okay, what essentially has happened here is that there's been a confusion over whether we're talking about net square footage or total area. When we asked for the regulation, when we tried to set it up in the very beginning, we used the 3,500 square feet. We used 3,500 square feet, assuming that we were talking about a gross area. The regulation as applied by P&Z works from a living area. So let me make sure I got this back straightforward. So we are not encompassing a significant number of applicants who would otherwise have fallen under review here. Did I say that clearly?
Yeah, Harry Smith, Town Planner. That sounds clear to me. Just a little bit of context. I think there have been, and correct me if I'm wrong, a couple of applications that involve garages, which are exempt from the gross floor area definition as covered parking space. So if the original intent was to cover the entire floor area of structures, massing and so forth, and what that might look like visually and how that fits into the neighborhood kind of thing, then whether they're, large, small, they're exempt. So they don't fall under the review unless it is for some use that requires a special exception or a site plan approval anyway, because those do require referrals to the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board. And again, this is in the Stony Creek Village District, which is an area encompassing pretty much everything in Stony Creek, certainly below the train tracks to the south and an area above it up to the roads going through there. Frankly, I'm certainly at Leeds Island Road and as Route 156. And I can put a map up that sort of shows that in some detail. So, there were various discussions, I understand, at the time the regulations adopted, which is before I was employed by the town. So the sort of threshold number, if you will, that set the review, what would require a referral to Stony Creek Architectural Review Board. Yeah, it's not, it's just trying to get a handle on what's bigger in context to what's out there already. I mean, that's my understanding. Am I sort of saying that correctly?
I think so, Harry, yeah.
Okay. So this is the proposal to drop it down from 3,500 to 2. And the mechanics of how this works is that typically a single family dwelling only requires a zoning permit, whether it's whatever size it is. So this sets up a scheme here where anything that's under the threshold still only requires a zoning permit and does not require a referral to the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board. But if you're above the threshold, currently at 3,500, so if you're at 3,501, then you need a referral is needed to the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board, and a site plan approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission is needed. There's another threshold number here as well, which is 5,000 square feet. So for a single family dwelling larger than 5,000 square feet, that will require a special exception process or approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the referral to the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board. Now, since the regulation was adopted, these lines about 2-family dwellings and 3 and 4 dwelling unit buildings have been really superseded by changes to the underlying zoning district, which is the R1 and the R2, which require that those uses get special exception approval anyway, and therefore already get a referral to the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board in the village district. So that's really redundant and frankly a little contradictory language that, there is a provision in the zoning regulation which says the most restrictive, if there's a conflict, the most restrictive provision applies. So it's not really doing any harm, but for sake of clarity, I'm going to show you a couple of changes I was suggesting that would remove those lines from this section. And also, since I'm going on here, I might as well keep going. And maybe I'll just put this up here now. So this is some changes I suggested to the applicants and have submitted this to the commission, basically crossing those lines out, which really aren't needed anymore because there are other revisions in the regulations require their review above and beyond what's suggested here, honestly. And also adds in a provision here that this requirement for a single family dwellings to get site plan approval in Stony Creek would only apply if the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board makes a recommendation other than for acceptance of the application is submitted. So there's 2 other choices. One is acceptance of the application is modified, and also acceptance or denial of the application. So if the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board makes those 2 recommendations, then that single family dwelling would require site plan approval from Planning and Zoning Commission. And the Planning and Zoning Commission could accept or not accept the referral recommendation from the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board. So it's not an approval process, but it's provides for basically the Planning and Zoning Commission to be the ultimate authority in those types of applications. But to do that would allow anything that did get a recommendation for acceptance as submitted to just go back and get a zoning permit from the ZO as currently happens. So that would reduce any kind of unnecessary workload for applications to get a positive referral report back from the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board. So, I did do a staff report. I'm sort of jumping through here, and I'll stop in a minute. We did get a comment letter back from the Regional Planning Commission, and they had no concerns with it from an intermunicipal impact viewpoint. We did not get any comment back from the DEP yet. There's no requirement to get the comment. We just need to make the referral, which we did. There is, in the plan of conservation development, there is a couple of recommendations here. These are sort of policy statements that the village district review process be regularly monitored. So it was envisioned to be something that might be altered based on what the history and experience of what happens down there. And you're required to consider that in making a decision, of course. There's, of course, conformance of the comprehensive plan of zoning we usually talk about, which is the history of the development of the zoning regulations through town. And everything, I just explained is provided here in writing, with the exception of this map, which I will show you, but it's, and maybe I'll just do that now. Again, I've got the application here and the comment from Scrog. And I will get back to the letter from Stony Creek Association in a second. Essentially, this is the village district here. This is 150 Leeds Island Road. And off the map, Stony Creek Road here. Here's Leeds Island Road going further up towards exit 56. The properties fronting Leeds Island Road, including the intersection here with Stony Creek Road. And I believe that, I can't remember the name of that water body. I apologize, which creek it is. So this is basically the village district. I think it goes over to basically Jarvis Creek, and everything down the main drag, Thimble Islands Road, through the little commercial area and all the way down to the dock and the properties right along the water. Now these are building footprint numbers. These are not gross floor areas. This is the only information we have. The Inland Wetlands Director was kind enough to adjust this. There was a map back when the district was created that showed 2,000 and 4,000 as possible threshold numbers. So here in green are structures between 2,000 and 3,500 in terms of footprint. So this is just, almost useless yardstick, but it gives you some idea of the number of structures. There are likely more structures coming in under the existing threshold. But we were trying to get an idea of how to, something to show how many more structures would be covered by the regulation change. But frankly, this really doesn't do the job. So we really don't have the data we need to do that. So again, just to follow up, we did receive a letter from the Stony Creek Association supporting the revision. You can read that. That was also sent to the commission members. And we've received a number of emails, which we forwarded to the commission members. One is from Edward Gagliardi, who is not in support of the change and explains that in his email, which the commission has. And we've received several other emails, most of them today, I think all in support of the regulation change. I think there are 6, 7, or 8 of them. But I'll stop there. I've been going on long enough. Don't think I missed anything from what I was going to say. And sorry to interrupt, Craig, but is there anything I'm missing here?
No, I don't think so, Harry. Other than the explanation that this derives from the misperception on our parts that we were considering a gross area, where the town staff evaluates things on the basis of a living area, which is how so many properties escaped review that we had anticipated would be occurring.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry, and I appreciate Mr. Ames. Just one question, I guess that would be because the board, you've been reviewing applications. There is a history. I mean, do you have a sense that there are projects or buildings that have been built that have not that have escaped review, that haven't been reviewed, that should have been reviewed, but they got out because the threshold was again too high to come within there. I mean, are there examples? You think there's a need for this based on the buildings and development that has occurred?
I don't think we have knowledge of anything that we would have been unhappy with, no. But probably because we don't have knowledge, period.
Okay.
Well, this is Sam Kirby again. I do recall there is a house behind the Puppet House, a new house, in fact, which probably would have fallen under this new requirement, but we did not get to review. We would have approved it readily, but we didn't get a chance to review that. Do you know that one, Greg?
Yeah, I know the house you're talking about. It's a rather striking contemporary design.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So there are some that we didn't get to review, not that we wouldn't have accepted them.
Okay.
So in that particular instance, this is Marcy speaking, is that particular house less than 3,500 square feet living area, and it's just the bulk is because of cathedral ceilings or garage space? I mean, what are the things that are
in that particular instance? I think it's the garages. I believe I don't know. I mean, we didn't get to review it. I don't know the exact square footages, but I believe that you'd find that the living area, that the garages were what pushed it out of our purview.
or kept it under the threshold, I guess, right?
Right.
My concern is, where you have small lots and you're maxing out the lots because of.
I have no voice in this meeting. I can't get in. You have to tell them about the mechanicals.
We can hear.
We can hear you.
Island Road. They're right on the street, no cover, as an example.
Who's talking?
Hey, Greg, we can hear Betsy right now.
Betsy, you're actually on my speakerphone. You can make your comment and be heard. You want to go ahead?
All right. I just have not been able to get into the meeting. I can hear them, but I can't speak to it.
Well, they can hear you now.
Okay.
Could you identify yourself for the record? I'm sorry.
That I saw recently.
Betsy, you need to identify yourself for the record.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm Betsy Whelan. I'm one of the people on the Architectural Review Board. Recently, we looked at a house on Buena Vista that we were reviewing because of an elevation, site plan elevation. Across the street was a newly renovated house that we never had a chance to renovate because it fell under the guidelines. On the sidewalk, right across the street from everybody else, the other two houses purview, were three or four mechanical elements, an air conditioner, a propane tank, and something else, with right along the sidewalk, adjacent to the house, with absolutely no cover whatsoever. Now, the previous owner had planted trees there. When this person came in and renovated, this is what was left. That's one of the examples that I see of not being able to review anything and even to give them, and it's not like we're trying to be critical. We're trying to help them understand the spirit of the village, and what we're trying to do is to protect, according to the regulation, the state regulation from the public purview, that, that doesn't happen. And the two people across the street from it, the Bysowicz, and they're looking right at that. That's all they're looking at. That was one example. On the right corner, there were a set of 4 garages that had been there from time immemorial. And a wealthy person from Illinois came in and decided to raise the roof and make it some sort of a residence of something. That never came through our purview. people have complained to us about, well, what's the Stony Creek Architectural Village for if we can't look at some of these things that, need some encouragement? And I will tell you, we are not a regulatory board, we are a recommendation board. And that is, in addition to addressing the one complaint that came in from Ed Gagliardi. I just want to say, I know Ed as a longtime resident of Stony Creek and a faithful attendee of the Stony Creek Association monthly meetings. He opposes this regulation because he thinks that it's too costly for small homeowners who would incur legal and architectural fees, because he thinks that's what's needed to come before our review board. He also opposes it because there are no standards, he thinks, in existence for the review board, or no design guidelines. I want to tell Ed and the members of the commission that I want to clarify that. The review board meets with owners and anyone they want to bring to the meeting. Architectural drawings are encouraged, but not required except in cases for special exception and site approval. The board makes a recommendation to BZ and nothing more. So there's no cost involved. The review board members are recommended by the Stony Creek Association, approved by Planning and Zoning, appointed by the first selectman, and must consist of 3 appointees, of whom must at least an architect be one of them, a landscape architect or a certified planner. The current board consists of 2 architects, a builder, an advisor to the New Haven Preservation Trust, and the chair of the original committee to develop the Stony Creek Village District Amendment, which is myself. The review board follows design guidelines specified in regulations, which emphasize compatibility with neighboring buildings with regard to scale, size, and building materials, incorporation of neighboring architectural features and roof lines, trim details, windows and doors, use of bay wings and secondary attached building to minimize the visual impact of large floor plans, landscape features, lighting, and placement of mechanical equipment to be neighbor and street friendly. For the past 10 years, the board has been limited to reviewing buildings that required a special exception or a site plan based on the triggers in the amendment. There are examples of buildings that were not reviewed and would have benefited from the free professional suggestions of the board. We hope that you will approve this request because we are just trying to help people who come into Stony Creek to enhance the creek and help enhance their neighbor interaction. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, thank you, Ms. Whalen.
I have a question.
Marcy, go ahead.
So if somebody's proposing an addition and it increases the addition itself probably wouldn't be triggered into an application review to our board. And I think the garage that she's referring to never came before us because it was a variance request where they increased to put an apartment up there. And I remember being at that meeting and was quite taken aback by the architectural solution to fit the apartment in there. But my concern is, people propose things, and I saw one recently that I had to draw for a builder, and I tried to offer my advice, and the builder was like, well, this is what they want. And, I would love to have that go before a board so that at least, that person would consider, what they were, this was just a little fenestration detail, but they were making a bad decision, just, and I had no power to influence it because of my role. And I'm not sure it's something that's going to come before any board because it's going to go through a building approval process, building permit process. Will this regulation encourage everything to come before the board so that they can at least put their eyes on it, to give a review with, unlike the town center review board that reviews it and then it comes to us?
Actually, that's the actual intent of this whole amendment, is to come to people before they need an architect, before they need a builder, or what they have considered as a plan. I wouldn't say before they knew a builder, but to help them to understand the neighborhood so that they can blend in with the neighborhood, and it's free. You don't need to have an architect for anything with a site plan and a special exception. Yes, they have to have an architect, but with anybody else, it would just be us, and we would love to be the first people that look at this stuff and give our professionals opinions to help them and guide them in what they are trying to do with their property.
But the process that's gonna trigger it is gonna be just submission to the building department? Is that fair to say, Chuck?
The process is the reduction to 2,000.
I understand that. I'm concerned about, we reduce it to 2,000, somebody proposes a 500 square foot addition, it increases the threshold. It's an older building in a, prominent street. The mass of the addition itself isn't objectionable, but, they're making a silly decision with, I don't want to call it out, but, with the fenestration, and it's not something that the building department can deny over because it's not against code, but it's not necessarily in keeping with, the look and style of the village.
That would come before us automatically without even.
Well, that's what I'm trying to have happen, is that it would be sent to you because of, as it off the check sheet of the building department's review.
Right, unless it's a private road.
This one isn't.
I'll check with Harry. I have my understanding of things with Harry. I'm assuming the architectural review board, they have a review, say we reduce it down, and if they sign off on it, it could just go for a zoning permit and it never comes before this board. But if they make it, okay, go ahead. That's under your suggestion, right? Or what?
Exactly. For single family homes and things that wouldn't otherwise need a site plan or a special exception, permit anyway, from the commission. So yes.
My understanding, this is my recollection of when this was adopted. How many years ago was it? Because I was on the commission.
At least 10. It was 2014, 2013. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Joe Vayuz and I were, because we've been here.
I was there.
Okay, Marcy, you were there. My general recollection was pro and against was this. First of all, that the general notion that single family dwellings, you should not have to come before review boards. That's commercial stuff or whatever. But if it's just building your house, we don't want to have a lot of regulation. We're just going to let you, do what you want. It's your property. And that's sort of the general premise that comes in. However, you modify that if you live in Stony Creek, because like all zoning, you got to conform with community expectations. And if you move to Stony Creek, if you want to live in Stony Creek, there is a history, there is a great pride of the architecture, and you're buying into it. So then we want to be able to review that to make sure it's in line with the character and the expectations, and we don't want the sore thumbs going out. So that was the tension going on, is where you draw this. That on the one hand, people saying single families, that you shouldn't regulate that, versus others saying, well, yeah, we should if it's Stony Creek. And there was some dispute. I remember there was a former member of this, Phil Fisher, used to be on this commission, and he was opposed to it. And he was off the commission. He came and spoke against it. So, so that was sort of my understanding, and that was, and so we came up with a number, and that's what my general sense, and I voted in favor of it, was giving credence to the latter formula. That, okay, there is an element of community expectations. When you live in Stony Creek, this is what you're buying into, guys. And if you have a majority and the Stony Creek Association supports this, then you know, that's and they're representative of the community and they want to do it, then I'm saying, okay, good. If you want to, you know, that's what you do. That's sort of my big picture analysis recollection of how this got there in the first place. So, and my follow-up question was, well, okay, when you change regulations, it's presumably to address issues where if there were gaps and maybe, you know, and so we were trying to fill that in. Yeah, there are examples of things where and I think some examples were given where we think it could have benefited. Plus, I get the point of the hardship and that it's free advice type of element as well. But sometimes it isn't, because I suppose you could have a single family dwelling that they don't sign off on and recommend changes, and maybe it would come before us. We don't normally get single family dwellings, so I don't want to, you know, discount that as I read it. That could actually happen, I think. So, in any event, that's a short version of my understanding of things.
I do think we have to bear in mind that our role is advisory.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think we should also look at the history that this board has compiled. We've had discussions with any number of people. We have never had a contention with anybody. We have always been able to reach an understanding that was mutually satisfactory to the town, the village, and the applicant. And I think, you know, that record ought to be rewarded by some confidence on the part of the people that determine what our scope is.
Joe Chadwick speaking. I recall that there were a body of guidelines that I believe were authored by Robert Orr that ended up getting a SHPO preservation award, either in 14 or 15. Are those still being used? Because the only salient point of the objection I noticed was that it appeared to be, you know, arbitrary, and it is not in fact arbitrary. There are a very good set of guidelines that had been made for this, and I was just wondering if they're still being used.
May I answer that, Greg?
Please.
Yes, there are a definite set of guidelines, and basically it's compatibility with neighboring buildings with regard to size, scale, and building materials. These are the things that we look at as a board. Incorporation of neighboring architectural features and roof lines, trim details, windows, and doors. Use of bays, wings, and secondary attached buildings to minimize the visual impact of large floor plans. Kind of like in Vermont, you see the facade and you don't imagine, but the building goes back 300 or 400 feet. I'm exaggerating, but it's all behind the facade. And that's kind of what we're thinking about, but not enforcing. Landscape features, lighting, placement of mechanical equipment to be neighbor and street friendly. We're trying to make it a charming village that is true to its character, but it's eclectic. It's not a historical village. It's an eclectic village that has personality and charm and neighborliness, and that's what we're really trying to do here, so that no one person offends the neighbor by whatever it is that they build. But those are the guidelines that are incorporated in the amendment. Does that answer your question?
I am not. I didn't bring that up to be contentious. I just wanted to know if those guidelines were still in effect. When this first came up, I was in support of it, and I am in support of, you know, tightening the net, if you will, on what gets through. I mean, I have done work on Nantucket, and you cannot change nails on siding without having a review for that. So I understand the context, and I understand what you folks are doing, and I think it's, you know, eminently commendable. But I was just curious because, you know, the only thing I can have to refute that comment about this is being arbitrary is that it's not arbitrary. There is a set of written guidelines that had gone as far as getting a state historic preservation award. So that was my only point.
Marcy here. I mean,
Marcy?
is there any reason why we can't, require structures of a certain age to be reviewed? There's a lot of, historic quarry houses around here that, regardless of size, can easily be, mismanaged through the design process by, somebody who doesn't appreciate or understand the history of what they're, not that there aren't great solutions or contemporary solutions or things like that. So I don't want to, I know Joe Chadwick has talked about in the past, like, I'm not saying we pick a year and have everything look like that year, but I just think, there's a lot of DIY HGTVers. I know where my skill sets begin and end, and some things are obvious to me, but I always welcome, input when I'm doing design work, especially on buildings, because it's not my first training, and I consider myself, having more experience and opportunities to affect buildings than the average homeowner. So I mean, to me, it's really trying to sell it as a service, and having and protecting the character, because there's so much, I mean, selling real estate around here, there's so much pressure as well from, people coming in from New York, investors converting things to rental properties, people looking for opportunities to make things two family. So one of my initial questions was, is that threshold the right threshold for a two family versus a single family? And I hear what you're saying as far as, owners have a right to do what they want with their homes, but I do, I live here, so I might be a little bit biased. So.
John, do you want to field that question? Are you here? John Verzan?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. John, I think if you're listed under, see if he's still here, under Lauren Brown,
Yeah.
should be able to unmute yourself.
Is he still there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, John.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to comment on Joe's point. Nantucket, the whole island of Nantucket is a historic district under Massachusetts, an ordinance, which is very unusual in the extreme example of oversight on historical buildings. The village district is a step below that. It looks at the area in a more general way than in a specific, historical museum, almost like a museum house mentality. It's more flexible than a local historic district. Like Guilford, the town green in Guilford is a local historic district. Everybody in that area has to get a certificate of appropriateness before they can make any changes. That's not the case in a village district, which is what Stony Creek is. It's a much different kind of approach. It's more general, it's more flexible than a historic district. It does not, it's advisory, as Greg Ames said. It is not regulatory, as Guilford is. It's a very different animal. And the frustration that our board has had is that a lot of buildings have been changed that in the village that really detract from, or some of them are questionable in terms of their compatibility with the dominant characteristics of the area. And I, for one, do welcome buildings of different periods. I don't feel everything needs to look like a shingle-style cottage. On the other hand, things like scale and materials and form mean a great deal in the compatibility of an area. Sometimes you see buildings that are built that are huge on a small site. It changes the whole streetscape. We're trying to guide people into appreciating the value of the district's design as a whole, and to try to work within the character of the area and not deviate from that significantly. That doesn't mean that a modern building couldn't be built there. It's how it's built. It's the scale, it's the materials, it's the setting. We're very flexible. We've approved. Sometimes people have come to us just for our advice that didn't need to. For example, Brian Love's new house that he's building on Thimble Islands Road. It's hardly visible from the road, but he really wanted our input as to whether a contemporary house would be compatible in the area. And so we looked at it and we thought it would be fine. So I don't know if I've addressed Marcy's questions completely, but I hope I've given you some sense of what our mission is as a committee.
Chuck Anderson, Chair, thanks. We appreciate it. Are there further questions from commission members, comments before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Fred Russo.
Fred.
I actually remember that meeting when the Stony Creek people came before our board. It was my very first meeting. It was in 2013. And John Luss didn't show up at the meeting. I think he recused himself, as a matter of fact. And Mac McGuigan was the chairman at the time. And he said, "You're up. You're going to vote." Okay. And I only heard the presentation, which I thought was excellent. I mean, it was well prepared, well presented. And when it was finished, my comments were, I'm going to make the same comments made back then, was that at that time, I took a ride down Stony Creek to see what this was all about. I mean, I know every neighborhood. I live in Indian Neck. People feel about Indian Neck the way I'm sure the Creekers feel about the Stony Creek Village and the area there. But I wanted to see for myself, being a new person on the board, what we were talking about. And I took a ride down Thimble Island Road. And I agree. This group came across as being an advisory board, not a regulatory board. I don't know if it is or not, quite honestly. I don't attend their meetings. But whenever someone does object to something, and there was objections back then too, as there was at least one here, but sometimes, one person objecting is really 10 people, but the other 9 people don't show up. But anyway, I took a ride down there, and what caught my eye more than anything was that the houses that were there originally were from old stonemasons that worked in the quarry, basically, this Stony Creek. And what caught my eye as I drove down, and where that little fountain used to be in the middle, I don't know what that's called, but as I was on, I think, Thimble Island Road, there was a huge mansion on the right-hand side, totally out of character to the Stony Creek area. And a little bit further down, on the left-hand side, not quite as big, maybe half the size, but it's a good size, there's one there. And then I went to the end, and I think it's Flying Point Road. If I remember correctly, you take a left, and there's another mansion there, totally out of character. And I thought to myself as I drove through, I said, I wonder what the stonemasons who lived in one-story, maybe a two-story house, pretty much the same, kind of all the same style, said, why do they need such a big house there? It's so out of character. I think one of the things that triggered the original presentation by the Stony Creek people was that someone was going to build a contemporary style house, and they felt it was not an appropriate style for what it is. And maybe that's right. But on the flip side, what I saw, and maybe not having been on the board at all, there may be a couple of months at best, was that people have rights to do what they want with the property as long as they meet the regulations of the town. And that the town does offer a pathway for all residents, regardless of what your neighborhood is, how it's designated, to object to something if there's an objection, or to advise, as we're doing tonight. There's public hearings, but you don't need a public hearing to come to a building department and make your case. You can write a letter, you can, today you can send text messages, whatever. And so, I was kind of torn between understanding what the Stony Creek people wanted to do. I think it's commendable. But I also understand what people who go out and buy a house want to do. And if they feel that they meet the regulations, and don't want to have a conversation with anybody, I think that's still true today. If someone comes to Stony Creek and they're from New York, they're not from the area, they don't understand the history, the culture, the background, and decide they want to put up something that just doesn't fit the architecture, I felt that we don't have a right to tell them no. I mean, we're kind of in violation of what our responsibility is. Ours is to make sure that they follow the regulations. And I didn't think it was fair that there were two sets of, I don't want to say rules and regulations, because one's an advisory board and we're the one who has the regulations. But there could be pressure put on people in certain ways that they don't feel comfortable. And so in the end, when the vote came, the vote was 4-1, 4 in favor, 1 against. I was the one who voted against it. And I didn't vote against it because I thought it was a bad idea, but I voted against it because I felt that the town did provide a pathway for anybody, any group, and to come before us. If an organization wants to have a group of people have an organization as an advisory board, I'm all for it. But I think I just take the rights of the property owner as more serious than I would than an advisory board. I truly understand what the intent is, okay? But when someone's going to spend, I don't know, $1 million for something, they said they can't, I don't know, put up aluminum siding. I mean, I'm not in favor of it, quite honestly, but it's not against the law. And so I think we got to keep that in mind. It's a real, very delicate balance of what should and shouldn't be allowed. And so I have, in my own way, in my own mind, have fallen on the side of the property owner, and that property owner would probably do something good. Now, Mr. Ames said something I thought was really important. He said, the board's been in existence for 11 years. In 11 years, there may have been things that have gotten through the board the way it's set up with its own set of rules, but nothing that was so egregious that, people were screaming down at the planning and zoning that, how could this go? How could you let it go? And so, I think that what may not be acceptable, maybe in someone's eyes, not the whole group, not the whole village, it becomes an opinion, a personal opinion. I don't like the color. I don't like the style. I think those are personal issues in any neighborhood. I live on Cochico Avenue. We have 33 houses. 9 of them have been ripped down. And what we made sure, and we did as almost a courtesy, we called the Historical Society and said, hey, is this okay for a person ripped down? And although it's always legal to, you're the property owner, and we were thankful there was nothing that was historical in one respect, that we didn't have that argument going back and forth. But I have a tendency to side on the side of the property owner, that they buy the property, they have the right to do what they want within the law. They should see the Stony Creek Advisory Board. That's an important part of the process, but it's not the head of the process, it's part of the process. And so what I would never want to see anybody, any potential buyer in Stony Creek, be discouraged by that they're the first ones they have to see, rather than being part of the process. Because in the end, no matter what the advisory board recommends, that property owner has a right under the law and the rules and regulations of planning and zoning to do what they want. And it may not satisfy a group of people, but I think in the end, individual property rights are very important, and that that they don't get stepped on, even with good intention. And so I think you guys have the right idea, the right intention, and you may have a perfect group doing this. 5 years from now, there may be the wrong group who's doing the advising and pressuring or whatever. I don't know that's to be true, but I think what I was happy to hear from Mr. Ames is that there was no outrage. What was done, the house on Buena Vista, it was put up. Yeah, there's a little thing about that, but nothing serious. Nothing changed. People weren't protesting. There was no one down at planning and zoning saying, you guys messed up, we should have let it go. And so I think that, the way the town is set up, we do have a pathway for anybody to come in. And I think residents have a pathway as well. And so to me, this is just another layer of bureaucracy, basically, that you're going to make people do more things because it satisfies your needs, but may not satisfy the needs of the person who's actually owning the property, who wants to renovate the property, and is going to pay for those renovations. So that's it. I'm not against what the advisory board does. I think it's a worthy effort to keep that village looking as pristine as it can be. But for someone who buys a piece of property and decides that, I want to put up a 60-foot building, it's not going to happen. I'm going to put up a 35 building, that could happen. And I think that's the give and take between the resident the person who's buying, the residents that live there, and the town to try to make that happen. And I think that I'm not really mixed about how I feel about it. I just feel that we had a regulation a rule that's been in existence for 11, 12 years now, and there's been no major problems with it. What it sounds like is that you want to shrink down the square footage so that you have more control. And I think that it seems to have worked pretty good for the last 11 years. What you're doing is kind of squeezing the potential property owner to do more and more. Not that you can force them to do it, and if you can't force them to do it, then you got to kind of respect your own rules and regulations as to why you exist. So if you're going to advise whether it's 3,500, 2,500, that conversation can always be taken with the potential buyer, with the real estate agents that you probably all know that when they bring people down there. It could be taken up with the planning and zoning, it could be brought up with the commission. But it just seems like if you left it alone, I would be happy with that. I think going down to that 2,000 square foot, it could be 2 years from now, it's going to be, let's not make it 2,000, let's make it 1,500. And I'm just saying what you have in place has not really been wrong or offensive or hurt anybody. Maybe some of these feathers are ruffled a little bit. That's always the case. But overall, the history is that the way your organization's operated and advised seems to be a pretty good, hey, you guys done a pretty good job, okay? And we haven't heard, and since your advisory board has been established, we haven't heard, at least from the planning commission, people writing us letters objecting to all these things that have happened here. Not at all. I think it's been verified by more than one person here that overall, the way you guys operate your organization and the way you advise potential buyers or residents seems to be working. And I would just say, I would leave it exactly where it is. Don't ruffle feathers when they don't need to be ruffled. If there were gross violations of what we're talking about, it doesn't seem to be the case. Now, I know someone can always cite the example, the exception to the rule and try to make it the rule, but I don't think that's the case here. I think there has been no gross violations of what your intent is. And so if that's the case, does something slip through once in a while? Probably. It slips through with planning and zoning. It slips through with the fire department. It slips through with the police department. We know that. There's nothing going to be perfect with the rules and regulations that any of us live under. But I think overall, the way that the association has been set up, it's pretty good. It does the job it set out to do. What I hear, though, is that you want to kind of squeeze it down a little bit. You want to have more input. You can have all the input you want. Well, you don't even need a square footage regulation to do that. You can just say, just come before us, and we're going to advise you. We don't think more than your size your building is appropriate. You always have that right to say that, whether it's to the...
Interject, please.
To the...
That.
What's that?
We've told that to the town, and we are here and ready and willing to access and help any individual coming into Stony Creek who wants to buy a property or has a property. We are here and willing and more than willing to help them with their plans.
So why are we here tonight? Why are we talking about this tonight? If all that is true, and I believe it is, changing the square footage doesn't change anything. Changing the square footage just gives you more control over the property owner. That's what it really does.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I'm not in favor of seeing more control over property owners. They're the property owners. They're the primary owner.
I have to say, it's because it's under the regulations. That is why we are bringing this, and we brought
Betsy know that we can hear her right now?
months, in fact, years ago, see what we could do about it. And the Stony Creek Association has asked us to present this because people have come to them and said, why aren't you reviewing this house? And it is not vindictive. It's just that most of the houses are not being reviewed.
Okay, Chuck Andrews, Chair. Fred, I appreciate your comments. I think you made a case for opposing the application. So what I'd like to do is to get some public input. I know commission members may have some more questions, but my concern is that we got other things on the agenda and we haven't really opened up to the public yet, and we can circle back. So at this point, if we could, it could be because I understood there's a number of members of the public that do want to comment on this. So Stony Creek Association, and so forth. So at this point, let's hear public comment. So if you'd like to, Evan, can you explain how the public can participate at this point?
Yeah, if you could please press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or type into the chat that you'd like to make any comments or ask any questions. I believe we have one already. Annette C.
Hi, everybody. I'm Annette Chawaniak. I live in Branford at 81 Main Street. And I didn't come here originally for this, but after hearing the discussion on this, I wanted to put in some feedback. I have been a regular in Stony Creek and in Branford for decades. I've come here for a variety of reasons. I've had friends here for a variety of reasons. I've lived here before since 1980. So I have some awareness. I've been able to see the town evolve over the years. And Stony Creek is one of those towns. I actually appreciate how they've maintained most of the flavor of the town, of the village. I think it's remarkable, and it can't be an easy job because there is always that thing that between the property owner and the neighbor. I mean, this is really what it comes down to. My experience with property owners is, yes, I am one, and I want to be able to do what I can with my property. I also understand that I'm living with other people. This is part of it. It's like having a vehicle on the road. There are stop signs, there are rules, there are regulations, and if people aren't meeting them, then somehow there has to be some sort of discussion, correction, whatever you call it. So I think that having the Stony Creek Architectural Society, along with the building permit and the boarding and planning and zoning all involved in this, I think it's an excellent idea. I also think that making the amount lower for the square footage makes sense, because here's the funny thing about garages, and I found this out living in a condo. People don't use them for parking. People use them for storage, and wherever possible, they use them as extra living spaces. And I think that's one of the things that's trying to be addressed and corrected before it becomes more of an issue. Before somebody comes and says, oh, we've been living here like this for a while. Why can't we get grandfathered in? So I can appreciate the rights of the property owner. I also can appreciate, listen, if you like the place, there's a reason why you bought in there in the first place. As a potential neighbor, I believe that individual has a responsibility to meet the flavor of the town, for lack of better words. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, other people wish to comment?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Yeah, we do. We have Stony Creek Association. Mark Richter wants to, and we also have a request from Shirley Martin. I will unmute. Mr. Chairman, do you want to address that? Because she is requesting we allow multiple presenters to share. I don't think we've ever done that, and I think we certainly process allows anyone to talk one at a time. So I don't know what doing that in one shot would really involve, but maybe someone else here knows what that's being discussed in terms of Zoom. Shirley, I will ask you to unmute, maybe explain it. Wait, hang on one second. You should be able to unmute yourself. I did. There you go. You're all set.
Thanks. Yeah, just briefly, two things. It's Shirley Martin and I'm at 10 Buena Vista. And I've had this house for close to 30 years. I've seen my sweet little street now at the corner. We have a laundromat. The guy next door is putting up practically a motel. And it's none of it has been, and the people across the street we've addressed earlier with all the renovations going on. I took exception to the term that we had pathways. And the pathways that an existing homeowner has are after the fact. The things that are going on my street, I have had no input or even know that they've been going on until after they've gone on. So this idea that I can speak up, how can I speak up if I don't even see it? So I take exception to the fact that the circumstances now are that I can speak up. And thank goodness for the Stony Creek Association. At least there's somebody that's communicating what's going to happen. So this idea of seeing my sweet little street turning into a commercial space is I don't have anything. The only way I know how to handle it is to hire an attorney, and that doesn't seem right. And Stony Creek Association has been very, very helpful to me.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Harry, Evan, who's next?
Next up is Mark with the Stony Creek Association.
Hello, everyone. Hello, commission members. Thank you for your input and your feedback on this. To Fred's point, there are many situations where we've had projects that have been built and there is no path after the fact. If we go back to town hall and planning and zoning, we love Evan, we love Harry, but they'll tell us that, well, it's been approved and there's nothing new about it, which is a fact, and we appreciate that. Our point is we want to get ahead of some of these projects so that we know what's going on. We're not trying to restrict anyone. I am in full agreement with homeowners should be allowed to do what they want to do. But at the same time, we just want to make sure that everyone in the community is on board and make sure that there aren't any objections to it, because you cannot come back after the fact, after there's already been a variance approved or a planning and zoning approved. We don't really have any recourse. So again, we're not looking to impede anyone. We are only looking to improve things for our community. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mark. Evan, who's next?
Next up is Lauren Brown.
Thank you. I started off thinking I was only going to have one thing to say, and the list is growing, but I'll try to be brief. First, Harry, I wonder at some point if you could read or at least share on the screen, the comments that came in by email, because these are people who wanted to be at the meeting, but they couldn't. And so I do think they would want their comments to be heard. So that's the first thing. The second one is basically just that I fully support this amendment. The third is just one point to Ed Gagliardi's letter. He talks about people who can't afford a defense. He seems to be making an underlying assumption that this is going to be a confrontational issue, which is as Greg Ames has said, it has not been. And furthermore, there would be nothing to defend in terms of the review board because, as we've heard many, many times, their recommendations are only advisory. And finally, I fervently hope that you will take into account to a large degree the letter from the Stony Creek Association, because remember, this is not just a little clique, a group of friends, a self-appointed committee. It's an elected board, and they represent the interests of Stony Creek. And if they are saying that the residents of Stony Creek are willing to subject themselves as well as their neighbors to this review, I hope that can make an impression on you. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Evan, anyone else?
Don't see anyone else. Just like to repeat the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you'd like to make any comments or ask any questions. But I do not see anybody.
And just for the record, I think Ms. Brown referred to the emails, and we did receive, staff did send them to us. There were emails in favor from Susan McDonald, Elizabeth Donegan, Jim Fiora, Randy O'Brien, Laura Barr, and Kate Walbert. And there was an email in opposition by Edward Gagliardi. And also the Stony Creek Association did submit a letter in support. So that was my understanding. So Evan, no one else as far as you see?
Let me check the chat one more time. Nope, nobody else.
Okay. Okay, then I guess we can close the public portion. And now that I know that we typically allow the applicant to respond to any of the public portions. Now the applicant is again is the board and we've heard some of that in the public, but I don't know if there's a representative. Well, maybe what we can do.
Actually, Mr. Ames is actually the applicant, so he's sort of the point person procedurally on it. So
let me, before I ask Mr. Ames, he wants to comment. Is there any members of the commission that want to make any additional comments to the applicant at this time? Yes, Marcy. Marcy, you muted?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute and I hit something. Just essentially, I understand what they're saying about, property rights, but I do know of a number of people who live in the area who don't understand the process, who I've directed to go to town hall. It's been after the fact, just concerned citizens about the size of things going up. I've personally witnessed the garage next to the market go through the variance process. They weren't concerned with the bulk of the building. It was very close to the road. They approved the variance for other reasons. That I do think from what I remember of the application, the roof line did change. So I'm hoping that the advisory board got hold of it. But, that's a very key example in one of the main areas of town. And, I don't know that reducing it to 2,000 necessarily helps people understand that, things can go to the building department, never go before planning and zoning or ZBA, and may benefit from the advice of a group like this. And I would love to have some triggers in town that could encourage that, if the rest of the board is, in agreement with, where the personal rights of the, the property owners start and finish. But, it's just, and it's an area I think that we really need to address all through town because, we've got a lot of very small lots and there's a lot of pressure to be along the shoreline to have those properties expanded. I'm sure that Fred sees it on Cochico with the size of the houses that are going in. And, sometimes I wonder if our regulations go far enough on controlling the bulk regulations in those areas and addressing the aesthetics, because I don't think that we, as a planning commission, get to see that from an architectural review standpoint. Like happens when the town center review is reviewing something. So I think if you've got a body of individuals who are invested and working as advisory, that it's really for the benefit of the town. It's a volunteer function. And, I would encourage that through all parts of the town, not just in, the village district.
Thanks, Marcy. Any other commission members? Again, we'll have an opportunity to deliberate, talk among ourselves after we close the public hearing and we get into deliberations. But any comments you want to make that you want the applicant to be able to respond to that hasn't already been made?
Well, just to follow up on the sort of primacy of home rule problem, excuse me. And I believe I made a comment similar to this when the first application was made. As a young architect, I was somewhat attempted to pressure me to do something based on the fact that they were the owner, and I should just go ahead and do this. And it happened to be a code violation, but I said, you know, in point of fact, yes, you are the owner, but you only own it until you sell it. I will always be stuck with this as having been the architect for it. And to extend that into a planning and community sense, yeah, somebody owns the building, but they only own it until they sell it. And at that point, the community is stuck with whatever monstrosity or just errors of judgment they've made in the construction. So is 2,000 enough? I mean, what I'm willing to accept the 2,000, but you could probably reduce that somewhat. And what is the actual metric for this advice? I think really that you guys deserve, you know, probably a better handle on having an opinion on stuff that goes on in the neighborhood, because the neighborhood is such a particular, special, and intact architectural composition that you know that should almost be, you know, I want to say a right of yours, but I think of many communities in Europe where you would not do anything without having a community consensus on the work. It's certainly not, you know, sort of the American, you know, my property, my patch of land, and I can do what I want. But I believe there is a community entitlement to determine what the community space is like.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Joe. Any other quick comments from commission members before we allow Mr. Ames to respond to anything else? If not, Mr. Ames, do you want to make any final comments?
Yeah, Chuck, I think I'd like to see if I can't summarize things here. I would remind everybody again that we're talking about an advisory body, and that body has served as a forum for discussion with all sorts of people on any number of projects, which have always been non-contentious. You know, it's been an opportunity to help people understand the community, to help the community accommodate people's needs. It's enabled discussion, it's enabled understanding. I think if you look at the record, everything that's happened to date mandates that we take this step, that we expand this forum, that we have the opportunity to talk to more people and develop a broader understanding. That's my plea.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ames. At this point, it looks like, Joe Vayuzo. Joe?
Please, this is Betsy Whelan.
Oh, Betsy, you're part of the applicant. Yeah, we had a commission member, Joe raises hand.
I was muted. I didn't realize I was.
Chuck, are we?
I guess the question is, in my mind, is first of all,
A huge number.
how to determine the square footage? I mean, are we talking just living area? Are we talking the whole property with the garages and everything? I guess that's been as far as I hear, is that it's been a contentious thing about what are you measuring here?
So what I'm saying, this reduction to 1,000 square feet is not going to encompass every single dwelling in Stony Creek. It's not. It's going to encompass the few houses that are between 2,000 and 3,500 square feet. That's what we're talking about.
Bear in mind that everybody, that at the very root of this is the anticipation when the regulation was drafted that 3,500 was a gross area, and that as things are processed at planning and zoning, they look at the net area, which is the 2,000. So in order to encapsulate, to accommodate, to cover what was intended by the regulation, I think we have to make this change to fulfill the original intent.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Marcy's has
Yeah,
come.
I think the concern is one that said one of the residents, and I've seen this where, once the bulk of a garage is put up, it's much easier to then come back and say, I need to turn it into an accessory use of some sorts for living space. And then that puts cars out on the street, which may or may not fit on the lot. We have a lot of small lots. And, I do think that garages should be included into the discussion because some properties can support parking off-site with a garage being used for something other than parking storage and others can't. And, there's really there's just a lot of ways around things that when people want to expand properties, they come up with. And I think that's really at the heart of what's going on is we're getting a lot of pressure to build out and maximize the density of these properties because of the demand to be in such a quaint and lovely area. And, it's at the expense of losing the quaint and lovely area.
Check in to share. Thanks, Marcy. Harry, there is a definition of gross floor area in the regulations, and this has come up before, right? And it excludes parking areas, right? Covered parking areas.
Harry Smith, town planner. It does include covered parking areas.
It does not
exclude them. And this is the sort of process of the discussion several years ago, I think, when some representatives came. I think there was a discussion about similar issues and concerns. There's something had not gone through the process that was I think, far as I recall, a fairly large mass of garage area. And the question was, how come that, that obviously if the garage was counted, would have been over the 3,500. But it was not counted because it was excluded from gross floor area. So the idea then was to have a different definition of gross floor area in the Stony Creek Village District than the rest of the town. And the commission did not like that idea. And frankly, as staff, we did not support that either. So we didn't want a lot of different standards around town. But there may be other ways to get at that and to include, it sounds like the concern is really larger garage areas that can impact the things that are of concern and were of concern when the whole thing was put together, which is something that's not out of scale, not in keeping with neighboring property massing, appearance, too close to the street, not that screen, not softened, and not in character, if you will, with the area down there. And well, there's a way to do that and still not bring every little piece of garage into the review process. Something would have to be looked at possibly after this regulation amendment is decided upon, because that if you try to bring it in now, you're expanding the scope of the application. So that is something that really can't be done as part of this. Would have to be an additional follow-up application, and we probably have to look at some options and maybe even seek some legal counsel about how to get at that, if that's something the commission wants us to do.
Thanks, Harry.
Yep.
Okay, so does applicant, you've heard the comments, and we're talking, the regulations refers to single-family dwellings, the square footage of single-family dwellings. Doesn't specifically mention garages, but I assume that garage is part of the dwelling, then it would be excluded in that. So, in any event, is there other things the applicant would like to comment on, Mr. Ames?
Not personally, no. I don't know whether any of the other members of my board have any concerns that haven't been clearly articulated. Betsy, you with us?
Yes, I am. No, I agree with everything that's been said by you.
And Mark
and Harry and Mark.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, at this point then, I think we can close this matter as a public hearing. Again, we can discuss it during deliberations, but we can close the public hearing at this point. So thank you very much, Mr. Ames and members of the board. We certainly appreciate all your volunteer time and recommendations regarding this. So we may be able to discuss this a little later on. I don't know if we're going to get any vote or not, but we'll see. So that brings us to our next public hearings, but I would like to take a break because we've been doing this for 2 hours and 20 minutes. And so let's take a break till 9:30 if we can. So let's go into recess and we'll see you at 9:30. Okay, we'll call this our meeting back into session and we'll continue with our public hearing items. We're now on items number 5 and 6. That's Faulkner Island Development LLC applicant, Anthony LaSala owner, 1201 West Main Street, special exception coastal site plan for motor vehicle service, and also special exception for grading. This is an application that we heard. I had a public hearing on over a number of evenings. We were having a time crunch. We had requested a independent traffic review of this, and what the applicant did is, because we are running against the time limits, is we withdrew the application and resubmitted it, essentially allowing us to continue this matter. So with that, is the applicant ready to proceed?
Yes, we are. Thank you. So my name is Tim Houle, civil engineer from BL Companies, here to represent the applicant. With me tonight, I do have Mike Kirker from BL on our traffic team, and then from the applicant side, there's Jeff and Adam Kimberly. So as Chuck mentioned, we presented this project previously under a different application, same project through a number of different meetings over the course of late spring and summer. Essentially, the core of the product is the same as previous. We're looking at 1201 West Main Street. I will begin screen sharing now. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So the property in question is at the intersection of Route 1 and Route 146. So on this plan here, this is kind of a zoomed out view. This actually is a new plan sheet from what we had in the original set. We added specifically to provide a little more context here, zoomed out a bit. Route 1 is across the bottom, and then 146 kind of comes across this left side. The site we're looking at is immediately adjacent to the Chase Bank site. It's about 0.4 acres, 0.46 to be exact, located in this direction. We do have a vacant lot immediately to our plan left, which would be to the east-northeast direction. Specifically, the lot in question that we're looking at, like I said, 1201, it is currently vacant. Historically, had a single-family home on it. Right now, it is wooded with primarily small diameter vegetation. There's a handful of specimen trees, 12 inches in diameter or larger. Those are shown on our survey plan and select other plan sheets. You might be able to see a few of them kind of coming through the middle here. There's only a handful through the property. The rest really is small diameter, young growth. There are no wetlands on the site. However, there is a wetland offsite to the rear. We did go before inland wetlands and receive approval from inland wetlands back in July. For the proposed development, we are looking at the same building program as previously, roughly 1,735 square foot, single story slab on grade building. The use is a drive-through oil change facility. The intended business that will occupy it is Take 5. They are a national auto service provider. Jeff and Adam Kimberly are the franchisee for Connecticut. They have a number of other facilities in the state, looking to expand here in Branford. Specific uses that will be performed in this facility are very limited. The Branford regulations, use regulations specifically target auto repair uses that either need a limited or a full repairer's license with the state of Connecticut. The uses proposed here actually do not fall under either of those. They are exempt because they are so limited in nature. And to clarify that, partially at the request of SLR in a peer review comment, and also to document the true limited nature and uses, we did submit a statement of use document to clarify what these uses are, the primary function is oil change. Customers drive through into the building themselves. They don't ever leave the vehicle. They stay in their car while the service is happening. There are very limited accessory or ancillary services that may be performed. Those are limited to replacement of wiper blades, engine air filter, cabin air filters, coolant exchanges, and the addition of fuel injection cleaner. All told, the average service time, including these ancillary services, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 minutes, and roughly a third of the customers that go through the facility add on these ancillary services. So in total, we have located the building kind of in the central location of the lot here. We're proposing 10 parking spaces, although, as I mentioned, the use is for customers to drive through into the facility themselves. They don't ever get out of the vehicle, so the parking here really is for employees. There's 3 employees at any given time, so more parking than what the use requires. It is less than zoning requires. However, we did request that the commission consider counting the repair bays and the 1 queuing stall out behind the each repair bay as a parking stall. Again, given the drive-through use here, we feel that is appropriate. And in the staff memo, the planning staff did include their take on it, which was generally favorable with the reduction in formal parking spaces. In total, we've got right at the impervious coverage limitations on the lot. We're at 59% proposed out of the 60 required. Building coverage is well under. We're at about 9%. Building height, well under the requirement. We're at about 29 feet for the maximum of 40. Proposing for utility connections to have a 1-inch domestic water service heading out towards the main, running towards Route 1. No fire suppression service, as the building and the use are under the state regulations, do not require it. Sanitary sewer will connect out to the main in the green space along Route 1. We are actually exploring and currently requesting to switch from an on-site oil water separator to a building's interior under the sink style. We have discussed this with the water pollution control facility manager as well as the town engineer, and they're on board with this swap. And we did recognize and confirm with them the next step from here. Should we get approval, we do have to go to WPCA for their approval, and the oil water separator would be in their jurisdiction at that time. But again, they are supportive of that with the product information that we submitted. We are also proposing a natural gas service out, again, connecting to the main in the public right-of-way, and electric and telecommunications as well. The electric and telecommunications will all be underground. For stormwater design, we do have a full on-site system. I'll quickly jump to, this is a bit of a zoomed-in plan. There are 2 separate systems here on site. We have a larger system underground in the front to provide the necessary infiltration and treatment. And then there's a smaller system in the rear. Essentially, all the runoff from the developed areas is captured in catch basins or trench drains, treated in isolator rows in the infiltration system itself to get the necessary treatment levels required by the deep stormwater guidelines. We do have an overflow out from those systems in higher storm events that goes out towards the DOT system out in the street. That connection is coming down this side of the driveway. We do have a catch basin in the driveway itself and then connecting over into the DOT system. The stormwater has all been reviewed as a part of this, the previous application. There's no outstanding stormwater comments. We do meet the necessary pre-development and post-development peak rate mitigation requirements as well as volume. We also include a full site lighting system in the design. Site lighting has been included in the plan set. At this time, there's really no outstanding comments on that. Light is all contained within the site, and it meets the town requirements for pole height, fixture style, night, dark sky compliant, and so on. And then we also include a pretty comprehensive landscaping plan. As you can see, this is kind of the site itself is fairly developed, but ringing around the core area of the site, there's very little area left unplanted, and by planted I mean not loam and seed, I mean actual, woody vegetation. So we have around the building itself, there's some shrubs and perennials kind of in the strategic corners where we have space to fit them. Around the front of the parking area, we have again some vegetation for screening and providing visual interest. We do have a few parking lot trees as required, and then ringing the perimeter of the property, there's a quite extensive row of evergreens to screen the property and the development. I mean, this is very substantial. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the numbers, but we're getting up in the neighborhood of we're certainly approaching 100 trees on this site, between some of the larger trees and some of the shrubs that get into medium sizes as well for screening the parking lot uses. I would like to highlight a couple of the key revisions we have made since the previous application. Since the initial application, we have widened the driveway around the planned left side of the building. The very initial submission back in May had this as a one-way drive aisle. Upon comment from town staff, we have widened this to two-way. We revised the grading again, and that from the initial application to the second submission back in the summer. The grading was revised. We now have a 2 retaining wall system. All grading is now in compliance with the regulations for slopes, retaining wall heights, separation between the tiers, and all those components. Stormwater was revised through the process as a result of obtaining field infiltration rates. The initial was based on some estimated data based on test pits nearby. That was updated with specific ones on site. There's been updates to erosion control, largely as driven by and discussed through inland wetlands. We added a sidewalk connection here as requested by town staff and through the peer review process up into the site from Route 1, and then also we extended the sidewalk from the Route 1 where it ends now through the driveway and to the other side, kind of extending up Route 146 a little bit. One of the comments for landscaping that we did address was adding plantings to screen headlights from the street. I did show that we do have that along kind of this street side of the parking lot. That was a comment that we addressed. And then the biggest item that we worked through was specifically with this driveway location. This was a point that we worked very diligently with throughout this process. As you may recall, it's been a common topic here. Originally, we had a full access in, meaning customers could take a right in from Route 1, from either approach of Route 1. It would be a right-hand turn in, or they could take a left turn in coming down 146 towards the intersection. They would be allowed to take a left in, and then we've always had a right out. Upon hearing some of the concerns from collectively the neighborhood and town staff, we volunteered to reduce this down to a right in, right out. I would like to share that that was never formally required or requested in any comment letter. DOT never requested that be reduced to a right in, right out. That is something we elected to do upon hearing the concerns. And one of the comments through this process was to analyze the sight lines for this driveway to verify that motorists traveling in this general vicinity have enough distance to safely stop should there be a delay for traffic entering the site. That plan is provided in this set. That was one of the peer review comments that we did have. So we looked at it in two different directions, but the site distances are all meeting the requirements for DOT's site distance analysis. So specifically, the exiting turning movement has adequate sight lines looking back over their left shoulder up Route 1. Again, kind of looking towards that Aldi's area. And then also, although there really is very limited need to look at the traffic coming down 146 to the intersection, we do have ample sight lines looking in that direction as well. And perhaps the more critical movement that we were looking at is the sight lines for traffic that is already on the road, primarily on Route 1, to verify that they have time to stop should there be a car trying to turn into the driveway that maybe is blocked for a pedestrian crossing the driveway. So what we've shown here is the stopping sight distance for cars who are taking the right onto 146 from Route 1 or the left onto 146 from Route 1. Again, verifying that if there is a car stopped here trying to enter the site, that motorists making this turning movement onto 146 have clear lines of sight so that they can safely stop without colliding with motorists that are stopped. So in total, we feel we've been very proactive here, trying to address as many of the traffic comments as possible. We have located the driveway in what we feel is the best location, given the challenging site that we're at, right at the intersection. And we've really worked with the peer reviewer, who has noted in the latest memo that we've satisfied all their comments, town staff, and the commission to hopefully address as many of the concerns as possible. So I guess with that, it will go to Harry for a staff memo.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hula. Yes, that's correct. We'll turn it over to Mr. Smith. Harry, you want to review the staff memo with us?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Sure. Let me start sharing my screen. So I'm going to highlight a couple things and then sort of go through my memo as quickly as I can reasonably do it, given the hour. One thing was noted was this property would be connected into the town sewer system. Today, I just got an email memo clarifying comment from the town engineer and reiterating that would need approval from the WPCA. There is no grandfathered status to the capacity for this property. And as I mentioned in the public hearings for the prior applications, there has been a concern brought forward that there was a capacity study for another property within the, if you will, sewer shed, the area that including this property that goes to a pumping station that sends all the sewerage to the wastewater treatment facility in Block Island Road. So at this point, there's no indication that there is capacity, though the demands from this site, I understand, to be very small. In view of that, the engineer is not really objected to including as a potential condition on any potential approval. And I'll get into that in a minute, that before anything's done on the site, before the approval is effective, that the WPCA state that there's capacity to tie this development into the sewer system. So that's that issue. On the significant trees, I do see, you can see my screen here. I assume that these are all significant trees. I did not see that these are noted anywhere on this sheet of the plans that they are in fact significant trees. What we see provided by other applicants is basically, a statement, oak, approximate diameter of the tree, 36 inches, 24 inches, whatever it is, whatever the species is in general. I don't know. That's typically what's provided. There's nothing in the regulations to require that specificity, but it does need to be noted that these are significant trees. So providing, I think there's a legend here. I don't know if there's an indication for a tree. I can't read it at this level of detail, but they would need to be noted as significant trees on this sheet. And I'm proposing a condition to that effect later on. And going to next sheet here, these are all shown with X's. It's hard to see them, but clearly all these significant trees that are present are proposed to be removed, is my understanding, to accomplish the site development. So that should be stated. So the X is here. There's a whole listing of things that are, being X'd out, if you will, demolished. So there should be a separate category, or in that where it says trees, it should say, significant trees. So that's clear. That's required by the regulations. I'll defer to Anthony Russo, our peer review traffic consultant, to make any comments he wishes to make about the how the applicants responded to his previous comments from the other applications. I am recommending an erosion and sedimentation control bond be established, given that the entire site will be stripped of vegetation. The development of this would be somewhat similar, if you will, to the adjoining Aldi's and Chase Bank site. So it'd be definitely needed for monitoring dust creation and dust suppression on site, keeping the E&S controls in a constant state of repair and that kind of thing. So with that, I'm just going to go through my staff report here. And what I did was I took the report for the prior applications and I added annotation to it that's in all caps after reviewing the most recent revised plan from September. And also just want to state for the record, I did in my staff report, the entire record of the applications, number 24-5.4 and 24-7.4, which have been withdrawn, have been included in the record of these two new applications. So we will actually do that as a matter of record for this. Okay, and I just explained the comments and that I've kept all the text from the previous comments. So I'm just going to highlight things that have not been addressed. So I'm just going to fly through these and talk about site layout, table uses, the applicability of the access management district. There was information provided previously regarding the barriers to creating joint access or creating access through adjoining properties. So I think that is within the commission's memories. If you want that elaborated on, you can request the applicants to discuss that again. I think it was at a meeting, I believe, in August that was discussed. And again, this is the comment I made about significant trees. Those two sheets need to be, wording needs to be added to them to address that. That's been addressed. Landscaping. I do want to mention, just highlight, and maybe the after I'm done, Tim, you could go through the types of plantings that are proposed and whether they're natives or non-natives. That's not a requirement in the regulations, but it's been a comment that's been raised at other meetings, and we're trying to encourage applicants to use natives as much as possible. In terms of the parking requirements, they covered this in the last applications. But basically looked at a similar facility, does oil changes at Jiffy Lube down close to the East New Haven line. And for 3 service bays, they provided the 10 spaces that are also proposed on this site plan. So that seems to be something that would support the commission finding that it's a use not covered in the parking table, and that it's specific and different than the rest of the motor vehicle repair requirements, which require the additional spaces per service bay. So I think I'm comfortable with staff recommending again that the only provision of only 10 spaces with the 3 service bays is consistent with what's been done in the past. Lighting's been addressed. This requirement for slopes not to exceed 2-on-1 during construction was acknowledged in a comment letter that was included with the new applications, as well as the addition of a note on the plans that the site work must conform to all the requirements of section 6.8. The provision of topsoil stockpile area has been addressed. Need to comply with dust and erosion control. That would be an ongoing requirement. It's covered by a proposed condition. Any blasting, even though none is proposed, I've covered that in the condition in terms of, well, if they get to the point where they would like to propose blasting, I've proposed a condition to spell out the process that would need to be followed to get the approval to do that, outside of the normal fire marshal's blasting permit process. There's a misstatement for the applicant that there's a requirement of the regulations to say where the earth material deposition is going to occur. The applicant stated, hey, we don't do that until we pick a contractor to do the site work, and they will have their preferred location for disposal of excess earth material. So I've addressed that in a proposed condition. Fixed machinery for rock crushing and things like that. They're not proposing any of that either. The note, we've already talked about this, the note that requires compliance by the contractor with 6.8 is on the plans. I did mention previously, there was a note on the plans that would be a crusting agent applied possibly, and they did provide additional information about that. So I think this is addressed. Again, there's a requirement in the regulations that there be submittal and approval of the design of retaining walls that are over 3 feet in height, and that the design needs to be prepared by a professional engineer. I think that can be required prior to the start of construction or the approval of zoning permit, and I've addressed that in a proposed condition. I've outlined here, as I did in prior staff reports, all the special exception criteria and the comments about that. The applicant responding to some of this noted a sidewalk has been added along entire frontage. That was explained a few minutes ago. Erosion control measures proposed in the plans. With respect to these criteria about traffic, I'll let Mr. Russo address that. But I have noted here that, as was mentioned previously by the applicant team, all the comments that have been made by Mr. Russo, he stated in a memo, have been addressed. Again, I talked about the sewer capacity issues, and a proposed condition to address that. Also, site plan will need a finding. The really only potential concern is the additional stormwater runoff to be generated by the site, and it's been a design proposed to handle that. Has been reviewed and approved by the town engineer. Pedestrian access has been addressed. And finally, there was a permit issued for a previous version of these plans by the Inland Wetlands Commission. We did receive something from the Inland Wetlands director that the minor changes in this plan don't require any further approval from the Inland Wetlands Commission. So I proposed several findings here and a number of conditions, standard findings about compliance with the special exception criteria in the coastal site plan finding, and also a statement, as I just mentioned, about the approval of the activities within jurisdiction of the Inland Wetlands Agency approved by them. A lot of these conditions are standard things we put on other applications. This one in particular, though, has to do with the peer review. There is a provision in the town ordinance that the payment be made prior to the commission making a decision on the application. At this point, we have Mr. Russo here, so essentially the clock is still running. So we don't have a final number for the invoice. It's my understanding. So what this would require is that the special exception approval, should you commission choose to issue it, would not be considered effective until payment is made for those services provided by the traffic peer reviewer. And that if the applicant decides to file a notice of decision on the land records before we get the payment, that would not constitute compliance with the requirements of zoning regulations or that section of state law that requires filing of the approval.
Harry, if I could just interrupt for 1 second, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I did send the final invoice over to the town today.
Okay, I wasn't clear that that included your services tonight, so that's.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Great. All right. So, so this was a typical condition of just requiring compliance with the approved plans and the construction of the property, and that any changes would need approval either by staff or commission scope, requiring all the revisions of the plans as a complete set of submitted plans. These are a number of things that need to happen prior to any construction activity, including tree removal or clearing on the site, to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer. Again, as I mentioned, approval from the Water Pollution Control Authority. That capacity exists to allow the proposed development to be connected to the town sewer system. Documentation regarding the destination of any earth materials, a pre-construction meeting with the following folks, installation construction fencing on limit of disturbance. I would note, I think the limit of disturbance line was really just to show it as so people could see it on the plans, was tweaked just over the property line. So of course that is going to have to be modified to be located entirely on the property. Installation, sedimentation, erosion control measures, and submittal of the soil and erosion control financial guarantee. This is a typical condition about lighting, the fixed non-adjustable arm mounts, and I think this is already addressed in the approved lighting plan, but we include that just to be clear about how the fixtures are being mounted. Again, no blastings proposed or approved. Any blasting would require further approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission through a modification of this special exception approval, and would need to do the following. We would need additional information to specify the amount of the blasting, its location, and the documentation that offer of a pre-blast survey was made to the owners of all structures within 250 feet. So this is just in case fell out what would be expected if the need for blasting is encountered. Again, we're talking about the use of the rock crushing of fixed machinery on site. That would be prohibited without further approval through a modification of special exception approval. Topsoil, I think there's a stockpile proposed on the plans, and removal of excess topsoil is not permitted without the written approval of the commission. The material may be removed as necessary. Special exception would expire. This is for the section 6.8 grading approval. Now, it's a provision in the regulations that expires 1 year after the date of the decision. That can be extended if needed. Foundation as-built to be required. And following down here, before the issuance of a zoning permit or zoning authorization for a building permit, We need to do the following. We need final design plans for the retaining walls as discussed previously, any of them that are over 3 feet in height. And if suitable topsoil can't be reused on site, there would need to be a notation that suitable soil would be used on site to a depth of 4 inches that's required by the regulations. Here you need final approval of design of the proposed connection. Often the WPCA says, hey, the capacity exists, and I understand the design for the connection's already been reviewed by the town engineer, but if there are any changes to that, we'll need a formal final sign off from the town engineer about, or the WPCA, but usually it's the town engineer about the details of the design for the connection. This would require the amendment of the sedimentation erosion control plan to include provision for placement of erosion control mats if determined to be necessary by the zoning officer. If it's not seasonally appropriate for final topsoil placement and seeding at the completion of site work. E requires submittal of 2 full sets of the plans. And this could stay in or go out depending on what the commission's feelings are about whether any additional natives are needed in the site, and the landscaping plan scheme. 12 is a number of items that would need to be done prior to a zoning authorization for a CO or a certificate of zoning compliance. The completion of all site work or an appropriate bond, submission of final as-builts, and submittal of a financial guarantee to ensure survival of plant materials for a period of, should be in here of 1 year. I think that's in the, I should really add in survival of plant materials for a period of 1 year. I think that is now the state law. So to add that in here. I apologize for missing that one. That's 12. And number 13 is a standard condition about no additional signage, new or replacement lighting without approval. 14 would require, again, any necessary measures to control dust generated by fill or movement of earth material on site, term to be necessary. 15, this is another standard condition that as a requirement of approval, landscaping must be maintained as an ongoing requirement. Any landscaping element does not survive or becomes significantly damaged would need to be replaced. 16 gets into how this really development's been proposed and approved, which is that this is not a full automotive service station use. The traffic generation numbers, how fast people move through the site is all contingent upon the limited number of services and uses that are proposed. So as was mentioned by the applicant, those include the following items that were in the statement of use dated October 25th in a letter to myself from Mr. Hool. And I would suggest here at the end of this, we probably want to add references statement of use, comma, specifically drive-through oil changes in the following products: wiper blades, air filters, cabin air filters, coolant exchange changes, and fuel injection cleaner. So that would really spell out right in here in the document what the applicant said is the scope of this, of what happens, what's on site for use. These are boilerplate conditions here. Any modification would require further approval. Since this site is going to be completely opened up, what we've done with other developments is to require monthly reports on soil and site stabilization, and including the status of erosion and sedimentation controls. If things are going along well, this allows the zoning enforcement officer to waive the need for those monthly reports, but that requirement would stand unless it's waived. Number 19 limits hours of construction 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. And I don't think electric vehicle conduit or charging stations were mentioned. I thought they might have been in a previous public hearing. I just put this in here should the commission want to include it. So I'll just leave that there. At this point, Anthony, do you want to make any comments about traffic?
Sure. Thank you, Harry. And sorry to interrupt before about the invoice,
Not at
but
all. I'm glad you did.
just wanted to let you know. Anthony Russo, with the firm SLR International Corporation, New Haven, Connecticut. I'll just quickly run through a couple of items, which basically describes what our review consisted of. We reviewed the traffic impact study prepared by the applicant. We reviewed the site plan prepared by the applicant, and this included looking at internal circulation, both vehicular and pedestrian. We also went out to the site and made observations, especially where their proposed driveway is to be located, to look at the site distance as you exit the driveway, and also look at stopping site distance. We expressed some concerns about that to the applicant. They did a follow-up submission where they presented tonight, where they showed that they had adequate site distance exiting vehicles and they had adequate stopping site distance just in the event that a vehicle turning into the facility was stopped on West Main Street. One thing not mentioned, but the applicant has already said it, there is, I think, one tree that would need to be cleared in order to achieve site distance, and they've agreed that that will be done. So all in all, they've addressed all of our comments on the traffic study, and they've addressed our comments based on our field visit, which were specifically related to a lot of it to site distance and stopping site distance. In addition, SLR conducted observations and counts at an existing Take 5 oil change facility in New Jersey, just to see if the information presented by the applicant in terms of the operating characteristics and traffic characteristics in their study is accurate. During that entire day of making observations at the existing Take 5 oil change, traffic counts were conducted to determine if the trip generation presented in the traffic impact study, if it was accurate. Parking counts were conducted. Sample timing of how long how long it took to service customers while they were in the bay, if customers did stay in the car during that time. And that we found that the applicant's description of how the Take 5 oil change operates, both from a traffic standpoint, parking standpoint, dwell time standpoint, is consistent with what they put into the study. So we're able to confirm that the information was accurate. The other thing is, I think just prior to our involvement, I had seen one plan where it looked like it was not a right turn, right in, out only. Then later on, I was informed, and Harry and Evan showed me the plan that did have the right turn in, out, and only. In my opinion, I think that's a much better design that the applicant did, making it a right in, right out only. And I think the addition of the sidewalk is a great addition as well. It was observed at the Take 5 and oil change in Jersey that, an employee occasionally maybe left the site to pick up some food, and so they have a sidewalk along the frontage and connecting to the existing sidewalk infrastructure, I think is important. So all in all, they addressed our comments, and the observations conducted at the Take 5 oil change were, I think, helpful in understanding the operation, and that the information presented in the traffic study about that operation was accurate. So we did a thorough review, and the applicant was responsive to our comments. That's my summary on traffic.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Russo.
You're welcome.
Okay, at this, any questions, comments from commission members before we open up to the public? Hearing, Harry?
Butler has comments.
Sharon.
Yeah. Okay. I really appreciate the applicant responding to all of the various suggestions that the commission has made, but I still have some concerns about this application. One of which is the type of business that it is. We have at least 6 other businesses like this in town, plus 2 car dealerships that do the same kind of service. I have a Subaru, and I know that Subaru has an express lane that they have installed at their dealership. So there is quite a few businesses in town that already provide this kind of service. The other fact is that more and more people are going to be buying electric vehicles, and electric vehicles don't need oil change. So the future of this kind of business may not be as robust as it has been in the past. So that's one area of concern I have, is the type of business that it is. And I don't really think Branford needs another one. The other concern I have is traffic. And again, I appreciate the fact that the applicant responded to all of the concerns that the commission had and provided us with statistics about how that intersection would look. But I live in that neighborhood, and sometimes statistics don't really reveal real life situations. And that area of that intersection is really busy, especially with the advent of Aldi's coming to town. It really is quite an unpleasant situation to go through, and I can't imagine even one more car added to the situation, let alone what they propose as 18 more cars per day. So that's another concern that I have, is about the traffic. The other concern I have is about the health of the residents in that neighborhood. Taking down of all those trees really will interfere with the ability of those people to breathe, because trees really take out a lot of the carbon dioxide out of the air. And as the applicant showed, there are at least 6 or 8 significant trees on the property. And so that would really mean that those would come down. And again, I appreciate the landscaping plan. It uses almost all native plants, and that would be wonderful, but it would take a generation for those plants to grow to where those significant trees are now. So those are my 3 areas of concern, and I would hope that the commission would deny the application. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Other questions, comments from commission members? Harry?
No one else has a comment from the commission. I was just going to ask the applicant to elaborate on the number of natives. That's my recollection also, but I don't know if it's documented. I think that was a statement made, as I recall, during a public hearing about that almost all the species of landscaping elements proposed were natives. And then if they had any comments about EVs on site.
Sure. Yeah, I can jump in here. Specifically to the plantings, I'm not a landscape architect. We do have them in-house. I can't verify myself that they are all native, but I do know that we always strive for as many native as possible, and the vast majority are native. I can certainly follow up with Harry and staff to confirm which species are. But again, I'm under the understanding that the vast majority at a minimum are native. And especially with the larger species, the trees and evergreens, those are primarily native. And then I think specifically the other item, the EV, we discussed EV previously. We will be adding conduit. I believe it falls under the state regulations now to provide EV ready provisions. So we do plan to do that. The location is still kind of being finalized, but that we will provide the conduit for that.
Okay.
Great. Checking as chair. Any further questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open up the public?
One quick question, Joe Chadwick speaking. I'm not really clear on what is going to be left for the adjacent site when it comes time for that to be developed, and they have to put in a curb cut too. This sort of like takes an awful lot of prime, whatever that strip is, because it seems to be outside of the dotted property line, to make that entrance and exit, and sort of sweeps generously around. But if the next guy decides to try to develop their property, I don't know how adequate of an entrance they're going to be able to get. This seems to have been, I guess, an oversight on our part when the Aldi site was developed, that we never really, discussed or even sort of let enter into our consciousness the idea of collective driveways and single curb cuts for many businesses. But there seems to be a trend marching up the street now where, hey, I've got a great curb cut, and the next guy, it's their problem to figure that out. And we end up with a bunch of curb cuts on an already messy intersection. So I'm just wondering how that will be accommodated on the next site.
Sure. So quickly, if it's okay, can I screen share again and I can show a little bit on the grading?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so you should be able to see my screen now. I'm zooming in a little bit too. This is actually on the site distance plan. This is probably one of the best locations to see it. We don't show the topography of this adjacent lot on any of the other plans, but specifically on the site distance plan, we needed it to verify sight lines were maintained. Really, this driveway was a very unique situation, and part of the reason why we felt it was okay to go through this fairly unique scenario of having the driveway cross the property line extension is because of the grading here. And I guess as a precursor to my next point, we did discuss this preliminarily with town staff before our initial application was submitted, and we also discussed this with DOT on multiple occasions, that the idea of crossing the property line extension normally is not overly well received, but here, given the unique circumstances, it is a case that is acceptable here, and quite honestly, the preferred option. Really, the main driver for that was the location of the intersection and trying to get as much separation from the signal and the stop bar as possible. Specific to the impacts on the abutting lot here, if you could actually see, I'll highlight now, there is an existing curb cut to that property. That curb cut was put in place when this whole area was redesigned when the Walmart came in. What was that, like 20 years ago, give or take? And so this curb cut was installed then, and it really is a unique scenario where, given the steep topography, you kind of see the contours going back here at 1 foot contour intervals, that if we were to try and pull that driveway down to the other corner, regardless of whether our driveway was here or not, it would become very prohibitive to actually make the driveway work and have safe slopes and access up into the to the site and still have a flat, usable building area. So really, with the grade change that's happening here through the larger neighborhood as a whole, I'm going to jump back to the overall plan. It doesn't have the topography on it, but just to lay the groundwork here, the Aldi's and Chase Bank site is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 8 feet lower than the site in question here. The abutting property is another 6 to 8 feet higher than ours, and it continues to go uphill as you extend farther up West Main Street. So with this kind of unique scenario, if this driveway for future development of this vacant lot were to come down closer to the intersection, it would require quite a significant amount of earthwork, and the driveway would end up having to extend much farther into the site to have safe access and acceptable slopes before you can get up to a flat building pad area. So it really would, at that point, become a major hindrance to the development and drastically reduce the size or type of development that you can put there.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Hooley. Any follow-up or additional questions from commission members or staff before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Fred Russo. I just want clarification. How many visits are made to the location in New Jersey on a daily basis, on average? The number of customers that they deal with. Did I hear 18? That doesn't seem like a high number.
Mr. Hooley?
So on average, Take 5 experiences around 20 customers on any given day. The New Jersey facility specifically, I am not overly familiar with. Anthony, do you have that number? I know it was same ballpark.
It's the same ballpark. Actually, the Jersey one was a little bit lower than what you had in your study, but in the same ballpark.
Mr. Russo, this is Fred Russo. No relative, no relation.
Correct.
So what would be, I mean, just overall a safe number that you would say is going to be the number of cars that are going to make it up that hill and down the hill on a daily basis? 20 cars a day, 15 cars a day?
I wouldn't put it in terms of number of cars. I would put it in terms of pure safety. In other words, and that's where we asked the question about the stopping site distance and the site distance coming up. But the stopping site distance was a concern that in the event that a pedestrian is walking across that crosswalk, or in the unlikely event that a car is stopped and the car coming behind it can't get into the facility, even though it is a low generator, is there enough distance given the speeds, and they measure the speeds of people making a right turn coming from US Route 1 up that hill, would they have enough sight distance based on Connecticut DOT standards to stop? And the answer was yes. So I looked at it in terms of safety, not number of cars. That's the most important issue, I think. And then the second issue I think that's important to safety is the driveway design. Any left turns in and out of that driveway, I think, would be a safety hazard and problematic. And I think they've eliminated that concern with the right in and right out only. So I think those are the most important factors, not the number of cars.
Okay, my concern. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
And the other thing, one of the reasons to make the observations at the Take 5 was I had experience with competitors to Take 5. And at some of these competitor locations, I've noticed they had longer dwell times, longer queues. When a bay was busy, they would back up a car from the back of the building and bring it around to the front, creating some circulation issues. And I wanted to make certain that what was presented in the study in terms of traffic generation was accurate. Because at some of their competitors, I noticed maybe they provide more services, so people stay longer, cars queue up more, there's more visits because they offer more services. So I wanted to make certain that the information operational and from a traffic standpoint was correct, and that was the reason for making the observations. And as I just stated, um, what was presented in their study was accurate. And as a matter of fact, the Jersey location had slightly lower numbers. So I didn't see this. I first was concerned it might be a greater traffic generator compared to their what I seen compared to their competitors like a Valvoline or something like that. But indeed, it was accurate, the numbers that they had in there. It is a low generator, the Take Five, given the limited services they have and how quickly they get people out, and they do follow the one-way traffic pattern. So in terms of traffic spilling back out onto the street, um, that's not an issue. They have a long driveway, um, and again, their traffic generation was low. So I can't really give you like a number and say this would be the issue. Um, the only way that would be a critical issue is if they would cause the intersection itself to have, they analyze the intersection of US Route 1 and Main Street, if the numbers were greater, let's say more than 100 trips in a peak hour, then I would say you get to the issue where you would probably need to analyze the intersection and see if you have an impact on it. But they're not even close to 100 trips in a peak hour. So I know normally that's kind of a informal threshold that traffic engineers use in a lot of states. If a project generates more than 100 vehicle trips in the peak hour, then you're looking at a very detailed quantified traffic analysis. We're looking at queuing, level of service, change in delay, that type of thing. But they're not anywhere near that number where that would be have any kind of significant impact from a traffic standpoint at the intersection. So maybe that's one way of getting at your question generally.
Well, I guess the reason what made me raise the question to begin with is because I think the flow of traffic, you have a very good handle on it. And I think you have a good handle on what you're saying in terms of the two driveways. And I think all that works out okay. My concern is that across the street is a gas station. And I mean, I've go through that intersection on a daily basis. You have traffic not only coming from the main road feeding onto Main Street there, but you have the gas station, people cutting across the lane to get into the gas station, and people cutting across the lane to get out of the gas station. And so you have two driveways, not exactly lined up, but both feeding in and out at the same time. With the addition of the regular traffic that's coming, I know with the gas station, for example, that road, as you know, is 2 lanes that turns into 3 lanes at the gas stations because a turn right lane only. And when a car is going to go in, let's say he's coming from Aldi's up to the gas station, he may have to stop or she may have to stop to get in there, which backs up traffic on the other side. It just seems like everything you're saying is absolutely correct, but without taking into consideration the other driveway on the other side that's feeding into the same road, and that is an active gas station. That isn't, 8 or 10 or 20 or 25. It may be more in the 100 or plus range that's not being figured into the equation. And that's my concern. I have no problem with the project and the way it's all designed. My concern is with the gas station across the street that doesn't have a driveway. It just has a very wide edge that you can get in at any point where you want to. And that may skew whatever it is you're trying to do, may skew the traffic up a little bit. Well, that's just my thought.
I understand. I mean, I wasn't involved with the review of the gas station. I'm,
Right.
looking at this application.
I understand. You're doing exactly what you have to do, and I think you've done a good job. I'm just saying that, being a resident of Branford, using that gas station, seeing other people use that gas station, using those roads, that gas station with no other traffic coming onto that main road creates its own problem. And even, when we look about, we have, the safety issue, that no one can determine what happens with the gas station. They're not being under review. That's maybe part of the problem, but there's nothing we can do about that. But I'm just saying that that's a a part of this equation that's not being looked at, and there are reasons why it's not being looked at. I don't think anybody's being negligent, but I think it could skew what the safety that we're trying to create here is. It could just be skewed. But
Yeah,
that's
understood.
my thought.
The other thing that was looked at as part of the applicant's traffic study was the crash data. Tim could elaborate on that, but I don't recall. I mean, there's safety concerns and there's actually accident and
Yeah.
crash, where that actually
Aware of that.
happened. I don't think there was anything that was pointed out that was a high accident location looking at the roadways, even though, your experience is 100% valid what you're saying, that you may have noticed, some unsafe maneuvers or some concerns, but nothing showed up quantified in the accident and I see the crash data.
Yeah, see, my concern is that you're right. There probably are no accidents here because everybody's kind of going the same direction or stops. When you have two different businesses feeding into the same road, almost face to face, that's a whole different scenario. But again, I'm not a traffic guy, but I'm just saying what I see and what I've observed.
And I just think that's why it's important too that this was changed to a right inter. If it wasn't, then I think that would be a greater concern, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I can jump in as well, we actually did take into account the driveways from the gas station in our driveway refinement, I'll say, and reducing it down to a right in, right out. I feel that actually the critical bit here in this case is the addition of the intersection site distance plan for the exiting turning movement. So I will re-screen share so I can kind of demonstrate what I am discussing here. So specifically, I think you're referring to kind of the large curb cut in this location.
Correct.
So the limited traffic that we will have, the 20 customers a day, give or take, the primary concern is the potentially, cross driveway scenario. All of this traffic from leaving our development would be taking a right out in this driveway configuration. And they're stopped at this driveway. They have full sight lines to look both across towards the gas station and up the road. So any traffic that may be trying to exit here, people leaving this site will have the ability to see them and react accordingly. And the other piece is the lanes immediately adjacent to the gas station here. They're all heading towards Route 1. We don't impact at all any of those movements. And we also removed that left in so that any of that traffic that was coming down towards the intersection and could have taken a left into the site, that has now been removed to remove one potential conflict point that was here. So we did do everything that we can, and we do have the adequate sight lines to ensure that drivers have the ability to see and react accordingly to any traffic coming in and out of the fuel station.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Fred. Any further questions or comments from commission members or staff before we open up the public?
Yeah, real quick, Chuck, Massimo Ligori here. I just want to say again, and I said this at the last meeting, I actually own the house a couple of driveways up from that property there. And although, I think these guys did a great job with trying to make this project work, the reality of it is that every time I pulled out of that house I owned, and it was further up the street a little bit, probably a little less dangerous, it was very difficult. It's just very unsafe. I don't think there's a worse piece of property to put a business like that on in the whole town of Branford. The safety concern is really big to me. And I understand that the property, is suited, can be suited for this type of project, regardless of who your neighbors are, unfortunately, but that's just the way it is. But the safety factor here is huge. I wouldn't want to be the owner of the parcel next door. If I owned that piece of property, I would be very upset that was going on. I think that has to be brought into consideration. And you know, most of all, it's the safety. Pulling out of there is going to be a nightmare. That's guaranteed. I lived it, I've seen it, and I drove it. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Director Anderson, thank you, Massimo. Any other questions, comments from commission members before we open up the public? Okay, let's open up the public. Any member of the public wish to comment? Evan, remind us.
Please select the raise hand button down at the bottom of your screen or type into the chat that you'd like to participate. First up is Annette C.
Hi, everybody. Still Annette Chawaniak, and I live at 81 Main Street, the property that's on the more or less next door to this project. And I have to echo what I just heard. There was an awful lot of planning that went into this, into the revisions, and I appreciate the work that was done. And I can appreciate all the work on the sight lines and everything else about stopping distance and being able to see traffic coming and going. The thing is the traffic in that corner. There is so much of it that comes out constantly. And I live it on a daily basis, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the middle of the day whenever. It just happens on a regular basis, trying to get out of here, even sometimes taking a right-hand turn, going towards town is a struggle. And now we're going to have more cars coming from the right, blocking either turn, either way of me trying to get out of my driveway at 81 Main Street. I'm sorry, I wish I could feel more secure about this project. I don't, because I just see it as just one more way that my quality of life is being crowded. I'm not going to go on any further than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to comment? Evan, you see anybody?
I do not see anyone, but I do see a Miss Aries trying to signal she's trying.
Hey, sorry. I couldn't figure out how to unmute myself or raise my hand. Do I understand that it's only going to be a right in and a right out? So does that mean that people are going to have to come from Route 1 to get in?
Yes, I think Mr. Hooley is shaking his head yes.
Okay, how the heck is that going to happen? I'm sorry. That's going to take a lot of maneuvering if somebody decides to do it and they're coming from the completely opposite direction. I live that intersection every day too, and especially from Aldi's, there's often a green arrow on that red light, so you can take a right almost all the time. And I don't know. I don't know. It's tired. We've all been doing this for a long time now, and I'm getting tired too, and I'm not being very articulate, but I just see a lot of traffic problems and a lot of congestion. And I don't know who spoke about it earlier. It was the woman who spoke at the very beginning. I think she's on the commission. Whatever she said, I totally agree. So that's really what I wanted to say. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Evan, anyone else? Any other public comment that you see?
I do not see anybody else.
Okay. Any further questions from commission members or staff? Does the applicant wish to address any public comment or make any additional comments?
Yes. So I would ask that the commission keep in mind that this parcel is zoned for a commercial style use. It is not zoned for any residential like single family or two family home. And that this specific use is just about the lowest traffic generator that you could have within a commercial use. You know, we're talking 20 trips per day. That's an average of approximately 2 cars per hour. So, you know, while we definitely understand the concerns for traffic, but I think, you know, one of the items that might be possibly being pinned to this project relatively, you know, we feel fairly unjustifiably is we understand the roadway, this intersection itself has some traffic concerns. However, this project itself is going to have literally no impact on the total volume seen here. We're talking two cars per hour for an average. And that if it is deemed that this use is not suitable here, that's essentially, we feel, determining that this property is completely undevelopable because of the traffic situations here. We do feel, we are sensitive to the fact that this is a challenging location, but we do feel that this unique development is the best option to put here because it is such a low traffic generator. And we have reduced it to a right in, right out. We verified we have all of the sight lines needed. So we feel we've done everything that is possible to render a site like this usable and still develop something that is viable for all users on the roadway.
Chuck and share. Thank you. Any other comments from commission members? And if there aren't, we'll close this matter as a public hearing. Hearing nothing. Okay, we'll close this matter as a public hearing. Thank you very much. And with that, I think that's it for our public hearings. Okay. What time is it? 10:49. I love it. Okay, let's see how far we got. And we still have some new business to consider too. Let's discuss, see if we can do anything on the public hearings or see how far we get for the public hearings. The first one was items number 3 and 4. That's 13 and 23 North Main Street, a special exception for auto body repair. We had some discussions about this. Evan, can you pull up your staff report? Again, this is I think it was actually a change of use that we're going here. This is a number of applications. It's an automotive motor vehicle service. And the 2 applications here were the special exception and the special exception for parking. The issues that were brought up, the concerns I think raised by commission members were, hey, how is it that we have this 2-family dwelling in the middle of this? You know, it doesn't seem the compatibility of uses. The neighbors brought up, the neighbor to the north brought up concerns about the parking in the rear, the dumpster location, and then the blockage of the possible blockage of the lanes. And then I think Fred brought up the issue of possibly checking with the fire marshal to ensure that this is and that it's a safety issue, particularly since there's residences in the back. So anyway, that's kind of where that's my recollection, at least, of where we are. We did have a staff report. I think Evan had raised a couple of issues he would like to, if we determine that the intent of the regulations regarding the greenbelt buffer will be served by the proposed landscaping and fence installation. So because there's very limited area, so I think it makes sense to me to put a vinyl fence. That's the better way to handle it there. And then the whole waive compliance with some of the front and rear yard landscaping. They've done what they can essentially, but it's difficult, and so we would have to make a finding regarding that. So, let's, and so the question is, we close the public hearing. That means we should, our options are we should act to approve or deny the application or delay or revise it, the conditions. Do people feel they're ready to vote on this thing, I guess? And Evan has prepared a staff recommendation. And I assume this would cover both applications, Evan, is that right? I think it.
Yes.
Okay, so we'd make the application to adopt this resolution with respect to both special permit applications. So let's go around and see where we are. Joe Chadwick, thoughts?
I'm generally in favor of this. As I said before, the permitting process will have the fire marshal involved. The dwelling units don't particularly bother me because they are rentals. Someone coming to rent the units, it will be obvious to them where they are renting and the degree to which it will suit their purposes. Chances are they're going to be gone most of the day while activities are going on at the detailing operation. So I don't see coincident use there as a compelling fault for it. I did wish I could see more traffic patterns and arrangement of parking on site, but I trust that's all going to be worked out. And I believe everything else could be worked out within the permitting process.
I don't know if we need to add any conditions about the safety or fire marshal inspection, or do you think that automatically would happen as part of the building permit sign off?
Well,
let me see. What'd you say, Evan or Harry?
Harry Smith, town planner. Given this is sort of a retroactive approval, I don't know if they're going to be proposing anything that require a new building permit at this point. They might, but in order to get to do what's shown on the site plan, I don't think they need any further building permits. So that's something maybe to keep in mind. I just jotted down some possible language for a condition, I guess, for 4.4, which would be any recommendations. Okay. Any recommendations from the fire marshal regarding need for addition of fire lanes or other modifications to the site plans? Just as in lieu of anything else, it's pretty broad ranging, but
Repeat that, Harry.
Any recommendations from the fire marshal regarding a need for addition of fire lanes or other modifications to the site plans?
And I need it one more time. It's 11 p.m.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So this would be a 4.4, the very last thing at the end of the report.
Yeah.
Adding in, and this would something, the preamble here is the following shall be addressed to satisfaction of the town planner as designee. And it would read any recommendations from the fire marshal regarding a need for addition of fire lanes or other modifications to the site plans.
Well, instead of additional, I just put designated.
Okay.
Need for designated fire lanes.
Yeah, it's better. Thank you. And I would suggest one more sentence in number 2. All currently non-compliant pole or building mounted light fixtures shall be brought in conformance with the zoning regulations.
I had added any existing non-compliant lighting would need to be replaced with compliant lighting.
That sounds good too.
Okay. And we'll just continue making rounds. Joe, so you're good with these additions, right?
Yes, I was under the impression that there would be permitting involved for the other, at least some of the buildings on site.
Right.
So thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, great. Fred.
No, I'm good. I just want to make sure we cover our bases, that someone gets a last look at this. That's all. I'm okay with the plan. I don't have any objections with that. but my concern was that what the adjoining property owner said. She said that she said it could be an issue, and I just want to make sure it's not an issue on our part. So I'm fine with the way the proposal is and what's just been put in, what's just been added. I'm good.
Great. Joe Vayuso?
I've got to unmute him, sorry. Hang on.
I can stop sharing, Harry.
That would help, but so there he is. There he is. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh.
Overall, I agree with Fred and Joe. This site, it's really cleaning. It's cleaning it up because one of those buildings used to be an old welding business for many years, and that whole site now I think is much better off, much cleaner, much nicer. And so I think I'm in agreement with everybody that it's overall it's a good improvement.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Marcy?
I know this is not like me, but I'm gonna be the one dissenting opinion tonight on this. I am just not comfortable with the residential uses and the overall quantity of cars. I feel like even though looks a lot nicer and they're trying to do some improvements, I don't think it's the right fit for this location, given that it's a gateway into town, that we have, all these other traffic issues going on in the area being proposed.
Great. Chuck Andrews, Chair. Thanks, Marcy. I'm good with this. I think it's an improvement from the site. I think the houses are pre-existing. They've been there before with other businesses. I like the sidewalks. I like the improved landscaping. I like the fence. I like that they're putting the trees behind the line so the cars are less likely to spill onto the front. So I think it's an improvement. So I'm good with it. So I guess can you pull back up the staff resolution, Evan, put back on the screen, and we can maybe take a vote. Okay, so this is with respect to both applications. So this resolution would cover, oh shit. This resolution will cover both applications, and you know what? I'm gonna have to switch after this because my computer is going. I'm gonna have to go on my phone. My work didn't work. Someone make a motion to approve both of these applications by adopting the staff recommended findings and conditions as amended.
Fred Roos will make that motion.
A motion by Fred. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Chadwick. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred?
Fred's in favor.
Joe Vayuso? Please unmute.
Muted.
Oh, sorry, let me get him again. Where is he?
You are unmuted.
Joe Vayuso approves.
Marcy?
Marcy denies.
And chairs in favor. So the applications are approved, 4-1 vote. Okay, so next item is the Stony Creek Village Amendment. The Architectural Review Board, suggested by the Architectural Review Board. Do we want to talk about this? We can. It's a pretty simple amendment, actually, but I think that my computer may be about to go off, so I'm going to go on to the phone. So can we take a 2-minute recess while I log off and log back on? Of
course.
Thank you.
Before that, who seconded the motion on 13 and 23?
Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick.
Thank you.
I did.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going from 8. Yeah, my work is doing tonight. They said, yeah, leave your computers on because we're going to do IT work on them. So at 11, no one's going to be on your computer at 11, right? So,
Well, I don't know this P and Z.
right.
It'll be the first time.
Maybe they're late.
Made you
Okay.
work hard today, Harry.
Well, you know,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
that's right.
I agree.
One thing I might suggest is with respect to the amendments to the Stony Creek Village District regulations, pending working out the details, I will likely be working a little bit part-time after my quote retirement date, the end of next week. So I am certainly willing to come and be a resource for deliberations. If the commission wants to take it up at the next meeting or a meeting after that. You do have 65 days to decide on the application, so I just throw that out there.
You gotta mute Chuck.
Yeah,
He's talking, but nothing's going on.
I got to make him a co-host.
Oh yeah,
So
okay.
hang on a second.
There you go. There he is.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So I think you disappeared, so I'll just reiterate that. Pending working out some details, I will apparently be doing some part-time work after my quote-unquote retirement date, the end of next week. So just in terms of the Stony Creek Village District proposed amendments, I can come to a future meeting to at least be there as a resource while you deliberate on that, if you want that.
Okay, thanks. Let's make do we want to vote on this tonight? That's sort of one question. I mean, it's not that complicated an amendment. It basically reduces the threshold of the size of the building that triggers a review by the Architectural Review Board. And applications that would come before the commission too. Because if they say, I think it potentially increases stuff that would come before our commission too. If they disagree with it, if they change something, a single family that's a lower threshold, and they don't just sign off on it, then it would come before us, right?
That's correct.
So it potentially increases somewhat the stuff that comes before us too. So, and the main arguments for it are that it's sort of Stony Creek is unique, and this is they want to help preserve it. That when you go to Stony Creek, this is what you buy into, and this is what the recommendation of the Stony Creek Association is. They want to keep it that way. It's a beautiful part of town. That's what village districts do. They do allow that type of review, and the majority seem to want to do that. The arguments against it is that these are single family houses, and those are things that you typically have the most private property rights. Why are you messing with that? Why were you trying to regulate what I can and can't do with my house? So, can you hear me? For some reason, I'm getting an echo.
No, I think that's Joe Vayuso, but do you want to say something, Joe, because you have your hand up?
I just wanted to say that overall Stony Creek is basically built on smaller lots and smaller homes, and 2,000 square feet is not that small either. But 3,500 is quite big, I think, for that area. So lowering it a little bit so they can have some input on something less at 3,500 feet is I think reasonable. But so basically, I'm saying is in an area that, like Chuck was saying, it's a village. It's a lot of smaller homes. 2,000, 2,500 square foot threshold. I think should be lowered. at the very least 1,000 square feet from 35 to 25. So I'm in agreement to have it at least reduced a little bit, so they can have more input on what goes on in the neighborhood or in
Great,
the village.
thanks, Joe. Since we're talking about it, we may as well do it. Joe Chadwick.
I've talked about this an awful lot before, so I'm not going to burden everybody with the lateness of the hour. I am in favor, and this was something that they requested, and we're not imposing upon them. So I see this as an easy yes.
Thanks, Joe. Fred, I know you express opposition.
Yeah, I don't oppose the group for what they stand for, what they do. I think they do a great job, but I am concerned that they're an advisory board. They don't have any, power to do anything. Anyone that goes before them has got to do it on their own volition. And even if they move down there, someone may not want to be involved with an organization. I'm just saying in general. I would vote against it, not because of the organization. They can do what they have to do. I think they have lots of opportunities to do that. And the other last thing, again, I feel like John, I don't want to burn you too much, but the last thing is that in the 10 or 12 years they've been in existence, there's been no major problems the way this thing is run. They may not have seen everything, but there's no one come back and said this, hey, they're putting these big buildings up and we have no say in it. There's been no pushback on all that stuff. So why fix something that's not broken?
Thanks, Fred. Marcy?
I live in the area, so I would tend to disagree with Fred just because I know of personal things just from my observation. I think there's a garage being converted right now. I mean, we've probably, I think far too many times we're not seeing the architecture on these site plans, so it makes it really hard to address the bulk requirements. And when you have so many older, smaller houses on small lots with a lot of pressure to expand them, I think we just have to be very deliberate about how it happens if we're going to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And I'm not trying to take away the rights of the homeowner. They're not requiring them to hire architects or anything like that. They're offering free advice and recommendations. Obviously, there's a little bit of pressure that comes along with that. And maybe homeowners, don't want to spend some of the extra money, but at least gives them an education to the area and what is involved. And I think it's a good process, and I encourage it.
Thanks, Marcy. I'm in favor. I think this is a local call. I think this is what some village districts are. They authorize a more detailed type of review than you normally do. If there's a place in Branford where you should have it, this is one of them. We also have the village center or the center. But, if the majority seems to say, hey, this is what we want Stony Creek to be, this is what we want it to be in the future, and you have an association that wants that further review and basically requires more regulation of themselves, then so be it. I mean, I'm willing to agree with that because I think they are all excellent. They do provide expertise, and I think the end product, it does infringe on some freedoms, but it probably has a decent result, and it conforms with the community expectations and what people should know those expectations are if they buy in Stony Creek. So with that, it sounds like we probably have a consent. It won't be unanimous, but Harry, can you pull up the amended reg?
Sure. So you should be able to see my screen. The amended reg is attached to a memorandum from myself to the commission members dated November 6th. And it is entitled Proposed Amendments to Branford Zoning Regulations with Town Planner Proposed Modifications in blue text dated November 6, 2024. And I don't think there was any discussion about making any changes to this. But just to reiterate, it crosses out the entries in the 3 sections under 5.8F for two-family dwellings, as well as Well, frankly, number one should be crossed out as well, and I did not do that. But it's almost redundant because that is required to be a special exception approval anyway. But I would suggest crossing out 1, 2, 2, 2, and 3, 1, and 3, and making the other changes to add a 2A in the text as shown on the document.
Okay. Which additional one were you crossing out? The
3, 1, dwellings containing 3 to
Right.
4 dwelling units. That's already a special exception use.
Okay. So, okay. Everyone understand that? Yeah, the only reason for the amendments is because the existing text didn't reflect the later amendments that we made that made this sort of obsolete. So this is sort of just bringing everything up to date.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Plus
Okay.
changing the thing to 2,000 from 3,100.
Right. Would someone want to make a motion to approve this amendment with the finding that it's consistent with the plan of conservation and development and the comprehensive plan with an effective date of when, Harry?
Effective day, let's say December 1st.
Of December 1st.
Chadwick makes that motion.
Motion by Joe Chadwick. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay. All those in favor? Joe Chadwick?
Joe Chadwick is in favor.
Fred?
Out of respect for the Stony Creek Architectural Review Board, I will abstain.
Okay. Abstain. Joe Vayuzo? Can we get, is Joe on here?
He is on, I believe.
Gotta unmute him.
Yeah, I'm tracking him down.
You are unmuted.
Great, hold on.
I'm on. Joe Vayuso moves to approve.
Okay. Joe's in favor. Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
And Chair's also in favor. So that regulation is adopted. Okay, the last item, public hearing items were 1201 West Main Street. The motor sheet, the oil change place. So maybe we should have a little discussion about that. My sense, well, let's go around. I'll go in reverse. Marcy, I know I was calling you last one. I'm calling you first. Mix them up.
I think there's a lot of issues. I think they've been very admirable in trying to propose something to work there, but sometimes you just can't fit 10 pounds of potatoes in a 2-pound bag. Aside from the traffic issues, you're stripping the site, you're excavating the site tremendously. You're removing large trees that are going to take generations to replace. And, to me, the way to make that traffic work would have been to coordinate something through with the Aldi's, and then I would have been more inclined to overlook the impact to the grade and the trees. But it's just very hard to, accept all of it at once for 20 cars to get their oil changed when the world is heading towards more of an electric car usage. So I would be not in favor.
Thanks, Marcy. Joe Vayuzo?
Man, I gotta unmute him again.
Poor Joe.
I know. Oh, there he is. Okay, got it.
You are unmuted.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening tonight. We never had this problem before. But anyway, I don't know. I have a feeling that someone owns a piece of property and they do have a right to develop it. So in that context, they are developing it with the least amount of usage, like they said, and they did the best they could with that driveway. I'm not, believe me, I think it's a very I don't want to use the word poor, but it is poor place to put anything there, but with that driveway in such a dangerous area. But they did do the right in, right out. That's the best they can do. But at the same time, people coming from the other side, how do they get in? You know, it's going to be a little bit cumbersome to do the circle, to do that right in, right out situation. I'm all over the fence on this one, but my gut tells me they do have the right to develop a piece of property, and that particular site is being developed with the least amount of evasive use. So if it was me, I would vote. I would approve it, even though
Thanks,
I'm
Joe.
reluctant to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Fred?
I feel very strongly like Marcy, but I also feel very strongly like Joe. You know, I would, you know, this is a very, very difficult piece of property. It's really unique in that respect, and I think the applicant did an excellent job doing his homework to get this thing in front of us. I would wish that maybe the town could buy the property and just take it off the market. They have a rainy day fund. Maybe the applicant should go there and say, listen, we've got a very difficult piece of property. It's not, you know, really not developable. I don't think it is really, though I feel like Joe, you know, as a property owner, they have a right to develop it. But the conditions that it would take to make this thing work are like really, I mean, really stretching it. And so I would almost, and I know it's been done in the past where the town has stepped in and said, hey, you know, this is a real safety issue. Here's how we have to correct it. And let the town buy the property from the applicant and put it to bed. This way, no one ever gets to use it. And we never have to deal with this problem again. So at this stage of the game, I'm not in favor of the project because of the safety issues.
Thanks, Fred. Joe Chadwick?
Yeah, I hate to sort of jump on a bandwagon, but the effort to effect ratio to make this work, and it doesn't really work all that well, is kind of disturbing. This is like an excellent business that can go more easily just about anywhere else in town. I mean, there are a handful of places on Route 1 with minimal work. You can just drop this use in, and they could be changing oil, you know, in a month from now. At this point, between the site work and the grade changing and the loss of trees, and then we end up with those curb cuts, and we're messing up the next couple properties for their curb cuts. It's not good. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Joe. In terms of me, I'm with Joe Vayuso. I frankly think that if they meet the regulations, I think that we even took the main issue in my mind was the traffic, the turning in, and it's even a little bit beyond our jurisdiction. It's the state that regulates it because it's a state road. But I said, go out and get our own independent traffic review. You do your own and get an independent traffic review. And our independent traffic reviewer looked at all the things and they were okay with it. So between the fact that it complies with the regulations, it's a commercial zone, it does have 20 trips a day, that's not a lot. And they've done the one way in and one way out. The sight lines work, everything else work. I have a problem denying that. I don't think anything that's been mentioned, sure, you remove trees. You do that for any site development. That's where I'm coming down, that as much as I don't like it, and I would love the town to buy it, but that they meet the regulations, and that's our criteria. So I can't. I would be reluctantly in favor, but I think that's the criteria that I would work on. So,
Chuck, if I could add one more traffic discussion.
Sure.
It's Marcy speaking. The exit to the right is coming out sharply to the right, and you're coming in from a bend to the left. I liken it to leaving Ivy Street and taking a right-hand turn onto Brushy Plains. It's very difficult to turn and look over your left shoulder to find, to see that site land. It's a very awkward motion. And, I just don't think that's a comfortable motion. And then when you think about what traffic will tend to do to get into the site from the opposite directions, any way they go, you're circling in an already congested area and forcing traffic to go through Cherry Street and around, or to cut through Honey Spot. And I recall that there were plans on the table to potentially realign Main Street through Honey Spot or something along those lines. That I think that option is still out there, which creates other difficulties for projects coming onto Route 1 as this one, which I don't even think that came up in the discussion. I don't know if they were aware of that, but I recall this from a while ago about trying to fix that intersection, and it's like one of the reasons why I'm being very difficult around all the development at that intersection tonight is, the way Route 1 Main Street comes into this exit 53, it still hasn't been thoroughly resolved. And I think in coming years, we're gonna see proposals to fix that, and this only makes it more difficult. So I just don't think the timing's there.
Thanks, Marcy. I know there's been talk about that, and there's been talk about realigning exit 53 for the last 25 years. I don't know if, I mean, this is what we have. I have a problem when our own traffic expert says it's okay, that the sightlines are issues, that they've addressed the standards for safety, of saying, I don't like it. I mean, I don't like it, but I mean, that a develop, they have, they have the right to develop their land. I mean, that's kind of it. I mean, I get it, but that's where I'm at. In any event, we can, my suggestion is, I don't know if people want to think about it, but if we want to just decide it, someone make a motion to approve the staff recommendations, because it's very detailed. And if that fails, then it's denied. That may be a way to call the question, I guess.
Harry Smith, town planner, would you want to have some kind of written recommendation for denial, or not?
Well, I
mean, I can't do that right now, but
I think technically you should do the motion to approve first.
Yep.
I mean, that's technically the way you go, because in theory, you could say, I make this motion to approve and it gets denied, and someone would say, well, I had another condition and it's approved. Whereas if you do deny, it's done. But someone could make a motion to deny it, but you got to give reasons. And what are the reasons, guys? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is, your land attorney a court would search the record for the reasons if you don't state them. But
right, yeah, and
you've stated reasons, but it's all up to you how wants to proceed.
I think that's just maybe a cleaner way to go.
Okay. I would suggest, just point of clarity, assuming maybe the motion gets adopted, there are a couple of tweaks to the proposed findings and recommendations. So I would suggest in 11F that could be removed, because apparently almost all the plantings are natives. In that condition 12C, after the word survival of plant materials, insert the words for a period of 1 year. And in condition 16 at the end, after the close quote, say specifically drive-through oil changes and the following products: wiper blades, air filters, cabin air filters, coolant exchanges, and fuel injection cleaner.
Okay. And I know, can you just, I know you
put it up there?
Yeah, put it up.
So everybody should be able to see it. I can show you the suggested changes. We went through everything, but we're talking about 11. So we'll be taking this one out, F, it's highlighted.
Okay.
Going to the next page. 12C, right here, after survival plant materials, insert the words for a period of 1 year, which follows a state statute. And right here, so we lose the period after the quotes. It states specifically drive-through oil changes and the following products: wiper blades, air filters, cabin air filters, coolant exchanges, and fuel injection cleaner, which are the exact words from the statement of use. And leave the EV things in because they're actually going to do that. So they would show that in the plan.
Okay. Great. So my suggestion, again, is someone make the motion. We get the motion on the floor and then we can just vote on it. So someone make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation as amended to approve the application with the conditions. And make sure Joe's unmuted.
Right, and the findings, correct?
Right, the findings and the conditions as amended, right.
All right, I'm going to stop the share so I can find Joe.
You are unmuted.
Okay, I'm back.
Great, thank you.
Okay, does someone want to make that motion? Does no one want to make that motion? Well, I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that we approve the application by adopting the findings and conditions as amended. Is there any seconds? Is there
I'll
a
second, Joe second.
Joe Vayusin seconds. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the application with the staff recommendation conditions. Okay, let's vote on that. Joe Chadwick, how do you vote?
Joe Chadwick is not in favor.
Okay, Joe Chadwick opposed. Fred Russo?
Not in favor.
Fred Russo opposes. Joe Vayuso?
Joe Vayuso in favor.
Joe Vayuso in favor. Marcy?
Marcy is opposed.
Marcy opposed. The chair is in favor. So that application fails. Does anyone want to, if we do nothing else, I think the application is just deemed denied. But if someone wants to make a motion to deny the application, we could do that. But yeah, you should give reasons if you want to do that, though. If you do nothing, the application is deemed denied.
I think we leave it like that.
Okay.
So we're just leave it as a denied motion. The motion to approve got denied. So application, no further action. Is that right? No one wants to make another motion to deny? Is that right? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can't say nothing.
Okay, so then.
I can hear you, but I don't understand the subtlety of an affirmative motion to deny when we've declined an affirmative motion to accept.
It's a legal thing, right?
Yeah, if we do nothing else, it's denied. Technically, someone can make another motion to approve and add 5 more conditions and say, aha, and maybe convince somebody who said otherwise. Well, what if we put additional signage that you can't make any or something? I'm being totally ridiculous. So that would be another way to do it. But you don't have to do it. If we do nothing, I think it's denied. And that's what it seems like it is. I'm taking that to mean that no one wants to make that motion, a split motion denied. I believe it's deemed denied, so we can move on
Can I
to approval of minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
At this point, Jeff, I'm happy to talk to you afterwards about any questions, but the whole thing is closed. I don't know. Can we talk after since it's already been voted on? Is that okay, Chuck? Can he
We,
talk?
we can, but I don't want to do it now. I want to finish our meeting.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the action's been taken, so
My
you have
one
questions we can
question
talk
was
about
if
after.
the entrance gets moved over to Route 1, would that be deemed a?
Well, right, you'd have to apply again, which could be done.
Okay.
So
Okay,
we can
thank you.
talk about that afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So minutes.
Minutes of October 17th. Does someone make a motion to approve those?
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion to approve the October 17th minutes. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
All those in favor, Joe Chadwick,
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo,
Fred Russo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso. And did Joe?
Yeah, he's got to be unmuted.
Got him. All right.
You are unmuted.
Joe approves.
And Marcy.
Marcy approves.
Okay, so those minutes are approved. Old business. We got public hearings for the first three, and then number 4 is 175 Cherry Hill Road, Lot 7. Are we gonna proceed with that one? It's 11:30.
Harry, could you make Zach co-host?
Yeah. Hang on a second.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, soon to be morning. My name is Zach Georgina. I'm with Giuliano Associates as a project engineer. I'm going to try and keep this as short and quick as possible. We really went into this more in depth previously at the last meeting. Let me just share my screen really quick here. We want screen to share. This should look vaguely familiar to everybody at this point. It's essentially the same drawing. There were a couple of comments from the town engineer that we had verbally addressed but have since been implemented, such as connecting the outflow pipe via manhole to the recently installed catch basin within the Cherry Hill right-of-way, adding clauses about cleaning out the catch basins, repairing the existing outflow from the existing catch basins. And I'm sure Evan and Harry will correct me if I've missed anything, but for the most part, we've got wetlands approval since we last met, implemented those modifications, and the intent and not the intent, the factual numbers around what was presented last meeting still stand. There hasn't been a change to the actual design of the basin or its functionality. So the flow rates that we discussed previously, essentially mimicking the retrofit to the basin to the 2021 undisturbed conditions. All that is still standing and valid. And except for a one comment from the town engineer in after the fact of all of these, essentially, and it was fair. One of the clauses, and I'll zoom right in here just to show you what we're talking about, under the construction notes with wanting to clean out the basin under general notes 1 on my drawing set stated, the outlet of the existing Cherry Hill right-of-way stormwater system shall be cleared and stabilized. This regular maintenance shall be done once, and all future maintenance responsibilities shall return to the town of Branford. And the town engineer's comment was to amend this to essentially, if it becomes silted again due to the development on the site, that we would clean the site again. And I think that's fair. I just didn't want this to be open-ended, that it turns into the housing authority's responsibility to clean this town infrastructure going forward. That was really the intent of this. So I think that's a fair modification to this plan if it was to be approved as a condition of approval. But otherwise, the technical issues have been worked out between me and the town engineer. We had the wetlands approval, and so now it's for the commission to make that modification to the subdivision plan if so deemed. And with that, just trying to keep it quick. Harry, Evan, if you guys want to chime in with anything, staff report. I'm A-okay, trying to keep this quick and advance the plot.
Yeah, sure. I'll give a brief summary. I had requested 2 items to be added to the plans: erosion controls downhill from the basin and the fence and access gate around the basin as well. Both were added. received inland wetlands approval or the inland wetland agent approval, and they satisfied all the town engineer's comments. So I sent out a memo to you guys yesterday, just echoing these conditions that I had recommended in my staff report. I'll just bring that up very quickly now.
You snagged
Two
it back.
findings. The first, that the special exception criteria are satisfied. The second, that this applies exclusively to the changes shown on the plan that Zach just had up for us, detention basin reconfiguration plan. And 4 conditions. All conditions of the previous approval shall remain in full force and effect. 2, prior to the start of construction, erosion control measures shall be installed. Any additional measures deemed necessary by the zoning enforcement officer shall be installed, and the applicant shall clean out the existing stormwater system adjacent to and running beneath Cherry Hill Road that they propose to connect with. And I can keep that up if, oh, yeah, sorry, Chuck. I got you.
Thanks. I'm back on my computer. Okay, so anyone have any questions? So can we make a motion to approve the application then?
Marcy will make a motion to approve the application as presented.
Motion made to approve by Marcy. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second, Joe Chadwick. Further discussion? All those in favor? Joe Chadwick.
Joe Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo.
In favor.
Joe Vayuso.
I'm trying to find them. Okay.
You are unmuted.
Joe Vayuso in favor.
Marcy.
Marcy's in favor.
And chair's also in favor. So the application's approved.
Thank you for your time.
And now moving on, I think number 5 also is a public hearing to new business. Item number 1, 45 Seaview Avenue. Is this something we should do? Evan, you gave us a staff report. Is it quick?
Yes, the architect Vivian is here, but I can briefly describe the project if you'd like.
Yes.
Harry, could you make Vivian a co-host? I can actually share the site plan.
Okay. All set.
And is Vivian unmuted?
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So the applicant's before us today. This is on Seaview Avenue, just across the street from the Long Island Sound. They're elevating the structure that exists there today. It's a single-family home. They're adding a stair in the back and an enclosed ADA lift here on this side of the property. They received a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals in October for lot coverage, and they're triggering a CAM application as it's a single-family home less than 100 feet away from the mean high water line, and they are making some additional site plan changes on top of that. We sent the application to Deep for comment. We have not heard anything back, and I had recommended the following conditions. One, that the plan is consistent with the goals and policies of the Coastal Area Management Act, that erosion control measures would have to be installed prior to the start of construction to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer, and any other measures deemed necessary by the ZEO must be installed, as well as any lighting has to be compliant with section 6.7.
Great. Anyone have any questions? Seems pretty straightforward. If not, does someone want to make a motion to approve the application?
Chadwick makes that motion.
Motion by Joe Chadwick to approve. Is there a second?
Fred Russo seconds it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Again, it's approval by adopting the findings and conditions in the staff report.
You are unmuted.
All those in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred?
Fred's in favor.
Joe? Vayuzo?
Joe in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
And the chair is also in favor. So application approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
And items 2 and 3, we can skip those. We need to schedule public hearings, and then we go to other business. Item number 1 is a bond establishment. My understanding is that the town engineer was looking for a little more information before we act on that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so we'll skip on number 1. Number 2, approval of the 2025 meeting schedule. I think you sent that out in our packet. And
You could do it now, you could do it the next meeting. It's still fine.
okay. Anyone have any thoughts? You want to wait? Okay, we can wait on that. And then take a look at it, and then we'll just vote at the next meeting. We don't have to do it yet. The planners report.
I really have nothing at this extremely late hour to offer you. I will probably be working part-time pending resolution of some of the details, so I'll be seeing you at a future meeting, I expect. Otherwise, it's been awfully nice to know you all.
Okay, and this is Harry's last official meeting. That is but it sounds like he's going to be back before us. So we will, one thing we do want to do though is we talked about this before. We want to take Harry out. So Harry, I'm going to ask you
dinner.
For dinner at someplace spiffy and like Thimble Islands or something. Who knows? But we'll figure that out. But Harry, I'm going to send you an email. Give me 3 or 4 dates. I'll circulate it. We'll get a date. We can all do it, and we can make it official, and it'll be great. And see each other in person, which we never do. So that'll be coming.
Are you gonna roast him, Chuck?
Oh man, I'm getting my script ready. Remember that application where you said that. Forget it. So
interrogate them, not roast them.
Yeah. So, but you're going to be. It sounds like. Thank God. I mean, look at this. 11:45. Jeez. So
hoping to make the transition a little bit easier for everyone. So
yeah,
anyway.
no, we definitely need it. It's been great. So anything else from anyone?
Chuck, I believe the
I'd
applicants.
like to say thank you to Harry for all the work he's done for the commission and helping us commissioners understand the law better. I think he's very, very thorough in what he does. I'm not sure what he's going to do for his retirement. I have a feeling he's still going to be working somewhere, doing something, and I wish he was still doing it with us. But whatever your path takes you, good luck and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Fred.
Thanks. Tim Lee, what do you got? What's he here?
I think you already skipped over Tim's item because he was related to the bond establishment, I believe.
Okay.
So,
yeah, guys, we're waiting for something from the town engineer on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take up a lot of your time. So we understand the town engineer is looking for an as-built before.
Right.
But we're here on a bond reduction, not a bond release. So if you look at the regulations.
the bond has never been established. That's incorrect. It's never been established. The amount was voted on by the commission, but the actual bond itself, in terms of providing of the money, it was never done. So we're modifying the old bond establishment. It's my opinion, but.
Oh, okay. Harry, so my understanding, and Harry knows more than me, was that the bond was established, and Zach did submit a letter dated October 22nd, and the bond was established in the amount of $915,000. The applicant was not required to post a bond because under the changes to the subdivision statute, you're not required to post a bond to start work on the site. However, you are required to post a bond at the time you want to convey lots out. So the applicant has done the site work, the majority of the site work. There's still some outstanding issues, but we are asking for a bond reduction, not a bond release. and we're asking for a bond reduction to reduce the bond from $916,000 down to basically $125,000 on the basis that that work has been done.
Well, I thought that maybe it's on the as-built. We want to confirm that the work has been done. I want someone to tell me that the work has been done from the town that we could authorize it, and I don't have that yet.
I appreciate that. So I guess the discussion we wanted to have tonight was whether we have to do an as-built for purposes of the bond reduction or not, because that's a significant expense for the applicant and time consuming. So I think we can demonstrate to you, whether it's tonight or next week, 2 weeks from now, that the work has been done. We have approval from the RWA, we have approval from the health department, that type of thing. What we're trying to avoid, well, the discussion we wanted to have was whether we're required to do an as-built, because the way we read the regulations, you only require the as-built when it's a bond release. The job is done, you do a bond release. Right now, we're just seeking to have a bond reduction as opposed to a bond release.
Okay.
So that was the discussion we were hoping to have tonight.
Okay. Well, my suggestion is, first of all, we don't, and we're not going to vote to determine whether you've done the work to release it, because frankly, I want someone from the town to have looked at it. So go to them, and then I understand your argument. I think maybe you don't need an as-built, but we at least need something. And then we'll have to check to see if we agree that you don't need an as-built until the final release versus the reduction. But I haven't looked at that yet, but see if you can work it out between now and the next meeting.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and we'll plan on being on the agenda two weeks from now, and hopefully we'll have that information for you then. We just wanted to have the discussion tonight so that we could try to save 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
The last thing I would like to add, if possible, is just we did submit the sign-offs for pressure tests, various things from the installing company for RWA, the fire hydrants, things that are from the governing body of those utilities. With that letter, those were submitted. That should have sufficed to alleviate the town engineer's concerns on this. I mean, I just want to throw that out there, that those were submitted.
Okay. Well, let's look further between now and the next 2 weeks. Thanks. Okay. With that, anything else from anyone?
Move to adjourn?
Okay. Move to adjourn by Marcy. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe Chadwick. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick is an absolute favor.
Fred?
Fred's definitely in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe Vayuso in favor.
Marcy?
Of course.
And Chair's also in favor. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Bonne notte.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.